Okay, thanks everybody for being here. I'd like to call this meeting to order at 6 o'clock. This is a meeting of the Scio Township Board of Trustees. And I'd like to first thank everybody for being here. Note there are masks available. I know there's a lot of illness circulating. I just got over it a few days ago. Our supervisor let us know she'll be out tonight, so in her absence, per our rules of order, I'll be facilitating unless the board designates another facilitator. With that, I'd like to do roll call. Carrie, absent. Yapel?
Present.
Flintoft, present. Grant?
Here.
Noel?
Here.
Reed?
Here.
Riser, absent. We have quorum. Also present is our township attorney, Mariah Fink, and our office coordinator, Christy Aiken. Next up is the Pledge of Allegiance. Please rise. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, next up is adoption of the agenda. Are there any suggested changes to the proposed agenda?
I have one addition.
Chrissy?
Yes. I have the receipt of FOIA appeals to bring before the Board of Trustees.
Are you proposing consent?
Yes, I'm sorry, consent and K-12.
Okay, so that would be the addition of K-12 under consent. I would have a proposed change, just a slight one, regarding regarding between 03 and 04. I would like to propose that we take as a separate item, just a discussion of the overview of the township attorney memo and attachments that we received on January 2nd. They've been included as attachments to 05, but I talked to the supervisor this afternoon, and it is her strong preference that we hear that kind of separately, just kind of that overview. So we'll have 3 items related to assessing and just kind of take it one by one.
President, I would suggest that we table 06 until our supervisors.
And to a date certain, David? Presumably next meeting.
Well, presumably she'll be at our next meeting, so yes, to the next meeting. Well, yes.
I would support that.
Are there any other proposed changes to the agenda? If not, discussion. The proposed agenda? Ryan, that's your item.
That's your item, Ryan.
I could be okay with that, but I mean, I think there also could be some discussion about the item and then we could table it if there was further questions or discussion that we wanted to have. I think having the start of a discussion, I know there seems to be a lot of interest in.
A little louder.
Sure.
Can't hear you.
So I think there's a lot of interested parties in that item, so I think we could at least have a conversation or a discussion about it. And then if we decide to take action, we could table it at that point for a future meeting. But there's a number of folks here who I believe are interested in that item. So I think if they're here to hear it, you know, we could do the conversation to at least start. What do we think?
You okay with that, John? We discussed
They're
it.
welcome to talk tonight, whether we table it or not, and I assume they will. They have every right to make their feelings known on that. So I would support waiting until she's here, although she did have the opportunity to send us an email with what her positions are. So
And John, I haven't even seen that, so I definitely haven't
I
included
know,
it in the
I
packet.
just printed it out.
No, and thank you for bringing it, but we can make copies if you want.
Nice.
I would just say, I think it's whether we deal with this tonight or at the next meeting. I just want to say, you know, for the record, after the last year, there's a lot of steps that we've taken in collaboration with our township attorneys, with memos, with hired facilitators and others who have come in. And I just want to acknowledge that we have some staff that I'm concerned about, we have some liability for, and this board does need to do something. So when it's one of us, unfortunately, it's uncomfortable, but we have to do something. With that, dealing with it when Jillian is here, I think is definitely appropriate.
Fine with me.
So what are you saying, Jessica? Leave it on
For discussion only.
for discussion?
Either way.
And given Ryan's,
Speak up.
given Ryan's observation, I agree with.
What item are you talking about?
06.
06.
So there's a proposal to change 06 from possible action to discussion only.
Support.
Okay, so let me just ask, is there a motion for the agenda as adopted, which would add
I thought there
K-12?
was a motion to table it.
So,
Yeah.
there was a
There was a
motion,
motion to table it first.
so, thank you to our parliamentarian, John. And I know, so that was a motion by Reed, support by Riser,
To table it or pull it
to table it
until when
until.
supervisor can be present.
Okay. So let's have a vote on that question. Let's do a roll call vote. Yeaple?
No.
Flintoff, yes? Brandt?
I'm sorry, this is to table?
To
item?
table 06 until the supervisor is present.
It's Ryan's item, so I will go with his wishes.
So a yes?
No.
A no? Noel?
No.
Reed?
Yes.
Riser?
Yes?
Motion fails 3-3. So it's still on as proposed. I would make a motion to adopt the agenda with the addition of K-12 to consent added by Christie.
One more thing.
Yep,
I move we change 06 from action to discussion only.
Support.
so motion by Reed, support by Yeaple. Please keep quiet so that we can focus here. And if it is too hard to hear, we might just take a recess and move to the dais. Because the reason why we're down here is we can see each other's faces better, but it makes hearing harder. So if it continues to be hard to hear, we might do that. Motion by Reed, support by Yeaple, to change item 06 to discussion only. Yeaple?
Yes.
Flintoff? Yes. Brandt?
Yes.
Noel?
Yes.
Reed?
Yes.
Riser?
Yes?
Okay, motion adopted, 6-0. And is there a motion to adopt the agenda? That's the addition of K-12, the addition of between 03 and 04 of a discussion-only overview of the attorney memo and packet circulated on January 2nd, and the change of 06 to discussion only.
So moved.
Could I suggest having 05 with the appointment of the assessor of record before the discussion about decrease in review of salary?
I'll support.
One before the,
Yeah, sure. Yeah, so the order would be an overview of the attorney memo, just information on the assessor issues that we've all been briefed on. Then 05, then 04. Does that work, John?
I'd support that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm
Motion
just-
by Reed, support by Yeaple.
Or Riser.
Motion by Riser.
yeah, I don't mind.
Well, it was by Reed. I didn't
Oh.
hear a support. I heard a,
Riser asked us.
I believe I asked for it, but if you want to give credit to David, that's fine.
Yeah.
I'll take the second.
yeah, it's fine. It was the motion on the agenda as a whole.
Oh, agenda. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I thought you meant the switching of the position. Oh, I beg your pardon. Yes, I move the motion.
Okay, Reed, and I heard support by Yeaple for the agenda as a whole. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes and the agenda is adopted as amended. Okay, moving on, I'd like to ask if there's any declaration of conflict. Seeing none, I'd like to move on to correspondence. There's a lot of correspondence. I updated it this afternoon. I do want to note for the board that there's a couple of substantive pieces of correspondence that warrant board discussion, and I'm wondering if we should slate these for January 26th or a future meeting. We have a request from the fire union to reopen the defined benefit plan. And we also have a notice from the city of Dexter mayor that they plan to try to annex part of Scio.
And that would be for the next.
I'm asking how the board would like to handle
So when we do reports, I was going to report on my discussions with the mayor of Dexter
those. Great.
and the Dexter City Council meeting that occurred last night.
We can't hear.
Do we want to move up?
Yes.
I think it's going to be the most effective.
I'd like to take,
5 minutes.
make a motion to take a 5-minute recess. Well, we'll move up to the dais so everybody
Support.
can hear better. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, we stand in recess for 5 minutes. We'll return at 6:16.
Okay, just got settled in.
Everybody keep your microphones on. Christy's gonna sit here. I'll sit on the end so I can do it. And I'll sit here. Yeah? Sure.
Council?
Yeah, I'll move that.
Aren't you before the drama? Yeah, for all the. Okay. Can I help? I'm sorry? Is that too much? You got your chair?
Yeah, thanks, David.
Just keep going with it? Okay. I was trying to,
Thanks, David.
square it up. You don't want that?
Underestimated. I saw the parking lot when I came in, I was like, that was not on my mind.
I do, well, I got, we just get so many things last minute. Tricky to wrangle it all.
I'm gonna move that chair out of the way, if I get a running start.
Yep.
We'll be okay.
Jess, do we need to move to open the agenda?
What's that?
We've got about a minute, so.
Do we need to move to open the agenda?
I will as soon as everybody's seated. Yeah, thank you,
Just to pull
John.
it, yeah. You know, I would support a motion to open.
Yeah?
Everybody make sure.
Well, yeah, but I can.
I want to remind the board members that when you, board members, I want to.
Totally fine.
I want to remind you guys when you speak in, when we use these mics, make sure you have them on, so speak and a few inches away, and then turn them off when you're not speaking. Great.
Is this microphone working, folks?
Yeah, green light should be on. Hang on, everybody.
Back up to in a sec.
Check one.
Thank you.
I hear it.
Yep.
Are these microphones on?
Try it, Rob.
Christie's working on it, yep.
Yeah, I got him. There we go.
Live from Scio Township.
Saturday night. It's Tuesday night. I didn't read this yet.
Okay, Christine, back up to the board, we're still on correspondence.
Check one.
I'm trying to get the mic,
All the, yeah,
or the camera organized.
position.
There we go.
Thank you, Christine. I know.
It's on.
No, it's not on. Is it on the mic itself?
It's not coming through the hearing device either.
Yeah.
I can hear Rob, but I can't hear any of you at the dais.
Can you hear me?
Mm-mm.
The light's green.
Let's see.
Channel 3, if that helps.
Batteries or anything, or?
Yeah, and what would be helpful to Rob, if you'd be so kind and grab another pair of hands to help, just move that table up. About 6 feet away from this white mic is going to be your sweet spot. Thank you. Yeah, watch your fingers. Okay.
Got it?
Are we good to go, Christy?
I mean, I have all
Okay.
the.
Okay, motion, I have a motion by Yeaple, support by Reed, to reopen the agenda at 6:18 PM. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none?
I oppose, I think there may be people here that wanted to speak to it. But that's fine, I'm just one vote,
No to opening the agenda?
yes.
I meant restarting the meeting, Kathleen.
I'm sorry.
No, I was interested to hear your argument. I didn't know what it was, but I was all ears.
I'm sorry, let's proceed.
Okay, right on. All right, we are back in session. So we're at correspondence regarding City of Dexter. Trustee Knowles said she'll speak to it during reports. How does the board want to handle the union's request to reopen the defined benefit plan? Is that something we want to ask our HR manager to find out more information on, or what?
I think that's reasonable. We should definitely include her in the discussions.
And maybe our labor attorney too.
Agreed.
Okay, great. So we will ask our labor attorney and we'll come back. Any other comments on correspondence? Okay, then, next up is public comment. This is the time for members of the public to speak to the Board of Trustees for up to 5 minutes on any matter. Thank you, Rob, for helping us get set up here. And Rob Pattinson, you're up first.
Can I move to reopen the agenda, so, because we have people who want to have their item pulled, and if it's pulled, then
Thank you, John.
they
I
can,
forgot
they
about
can
that.
leave rather.
So during the break, thank you, John. I forgot about that. During the break, the Crossroads representative came up to us, and that is item O1. And they have seen how long the night will be and have offered to be heard on a different night if the board wants to do so. Ryan, this is your item.
I'd be fine with that.
Can we have discussion?
Sure.
Yeah, I think we have this on the agenda. It's been on the agenda for a very long time. People may want to discuss this and hear about it, so I'm opposed to taking that off the agenda.
Okay. This is, we have had it on the agenda multiple times. Other thoughts?
We have a long meeting. I think it would be reasonable to wait. And also, we are in the process of setting up a committee to evaluate TIFs.
Different
And that would-
process.
That would be another reason to wait.
I would also let the applicant know there's no obligation unless the board votes that it would come back on an agenda. So that's a consideration. That's why I turned to you, Ryan.
Yeah, that's a good question.
I mean, you would, the applicant would have to have a supporter bring it back. So I think what they were asking is for us to table it to commit to putting it on a future agenda. And I think that's a different question.
Then I would move to table it, and if necessary, I will move to remove it from the table when they're ready to go and we have more, we know more about our TIF policy and practices.
Okay,
Is there a second?
I'd support that.
Okay, motion by Riser, support by Yeaple to table item O1. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Hearing none?
No, I'm opposed. This is where I was supposed to say it before.
Okay, we have one opposed. The majority has it. The motion passes. O1 is removed from the agenda, tabled. Okay, now we're on to public comment. And first up is Rob Henson.
Rob Pattinson, Scio Township resident. Jessica, you and Barb are excellent when it comes. Sorry, everyone.
I wonder if I
The
could.
microphone's not working. Jessica, you and Barb are excellent when it comes to the duties of the clerk.
Is the microphone on?
It's not on, it doesn't work.
It's not on it. Oh, we're not hearing. Can one of the board members give you a mic?
I just was looking at how to do that.
This has a cord. Thank you, Andrea, for taking a look.
It's got a green thing. and-
Yeah,
Tap it.
if you just speak into it, because sometimes you can't hear
Hello,
that.
hello.
I
Hello.
heard that.
I can hear that.
Is there a mixer over there?
No.
I couldn't.
Okay. That or
It's never worked very well.
All right, can my time restart, please?
Yeah.
for sure.
How about this? Can you hear me now?
Does it need batteries or does it?
wrong way.
That's actually a very good point. Let me stand over here.
There you go. Thank you.
Oh, no. No.
Nope, thank you, good catch. Jessica, you and Barb are excellent when it comes to the duties of the clerk. When it comes to elections, both of you are outstanding. Jessica, when it comes to managing people, you are a hardliner, and I said that to your face years ago. I believe your approach to management is your biggest weakness and the biggest danger to the future of Scio Township. You want to assign thousands of dollars in fines to Andrea for making a mistake. Do the same rules apply to you? Should you be fined thousands of dollars for not fulfilling FOIAs? Should you be fined thousands of dollars for hiding your FOIA failures in closed session? Should you be fined for never having the agenda packet published the Wednesday before the meeting without making constant additions to it until right before the board meeting is breaking that policy and the rules of order worthy of a fine. Kathleen, you and others said Jillian was doing a terrible job on the budget, and the board gave you responsibility for it. Then you came in with a budget of $800,000 in deficit. Should you be fined several $1,000s for failing to do your job? How do these mistakes I mentioned compare to Andrea's typo on a document 2 years ago? A typo that had zero financial impact. If this is what Jessica, Kathleen, and Aurora are willing to do to employees in public, then what are they willing to do to them in private? I worked in a hostile work environment, and I see the signs of it in Scio. Employees will be afraid to speak up because they will be targeted next if they do. 8 people quit in 2025, and I believe that is directly related to the hostile work environment. I believe Andrea is being targeted because the assessing department is within the statutory duties of the supervisor. I believe this is another way to get at Jillian. I also believe attacking employees to get at political opponents is unforgivable. Jessica, remember a couple of years ago during the hiring of a new employee when you said you wanted Scio to be compassionate and welcoming? What is compassionate and welcoming about what you're doing to Andrea? Doesn't the job of HR director include the skills of conflict resolution and mediation? I believe Aurora is way underqualified, and she would have been fired years ago for galactic incompetence for her part in creating a hostile work environment. Instead, she is protected by Jessica because she is a convenient weapon for Jessica to establish a hardliner-led and hostile work environment. How does constantly writing up employees and now publicly shaming and fining them lead to anything but a hostile work environment? What philosophy of people management suggests this is the way to build a team? The proof of the above statements came this week. A group of current and former employees contacted me and asked me to relay a message to the board. They unanimously said they would not speak at this meeting for fear of retaliation, and an overwhelming majority of them said they support Jillian. Someone recently said a typo was all Jillian's fault. Fine, prove it. But there's the rub. You can't prove it because it's not true. So you've decided to go after Andrea. If it's all Jillian's fault, then why are you targeting Andrea and punishing her with several $1,000s worth of fines? There's a solution to one part of this mess. Faced with the incompetent and aggressive management, the employees of Scio Township need to unionize to protect each other, and they need to do it like yesterday. You're doing this right before Jillian goes to trial. Are you trying to interfere with her trial? Are you trying to give the prosecutor ammunition to use against her right before she goes to trial? Is your intention to help convict an innocent person to get rid of her? Who wrote this resolution? Ryan, your name is on item 06, but I don't believe you wrote this item. Mariah, did you write it? If so, where is your neutrality? Aren't you supposed to represent the entire board of trustees? Where is your representation of the supervisor in this document? If you did write this, isn't it a conflict of interest? Ryan, I believe this is now the 3rd time your name is on an item you didn't write. Why is that? Don't you realize you're being used to deflect the focus from the people who are really responsible? Are you okay with being used as a fool and a toady? You are a brilliant businessman. And I don't think you're used to being in such a political mess. And I don't believe you treat your employees this way. And I wonder why you think it's okay for Andrea to be treated this way. Thanks for the extra time.
Thank you, Rob. Who's next? Please come forward. Anyone else present? Thank you. Please come forward. Feel free to stand however you're most comfortable.
I'm going to do this so I can be heard more easily. My name is Nancy Kempelman. I moved into Loch Alpine in 1990. I worked with David Reed on the Public Safety Committee that came up with the first fire millage and worked to get it passed. And since then, I've been relatively quiet, but that's not my nature. So I'm here to say that all of the people on this dais were elected by the voters of Scio Township to do a job. And I see in recent years that that job is not being done. Instead, there are power plays and there are kindergarten level shenanigans going on. And I would point to this resolution about the supervisor. I would defer to the township attorney, but I don't see how you can exclude the duly elected supervisor of Scio Township from an office in Scio Township's headquarters. Also about the assessor, I agree. There was a mistake made by the assessor 2 years ago, and it sounds like it was a pretty minor mistake. It could have been major maybe if it had gone on, but it was found, corrected by her apparently, and apologized for and corrected. And now, 2 years later, suddenly it's coming up again, and I don't know why that is, but I think it's part of the power play and the kindergarten shenanigans that's going on. And in closing, I would just say, we elected you to do a job. That job is not this stuff that's going on in the offices of Scio Township. I would like you all to behave like adults, and I would like you to do your job properly. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Who's next?
I guess this is the place to stand over here. Good evening, my name is Mark Altamare. I'm here to comment on agenda item 06, the effort to restrict the supervisor from being in town hall. I read the resolution, and with all the formal languages and the whereases and the statements, it sounds very legal. Got a lawyer in the room tonight. Sounds proper, but I'm going to say that it's improper, and I'm going to suggest that while the board may be within its legal jurisdiction, I'll defer over here. I think this action, as I currently understand it and as I see what's happening, if taken place in any courtroom in the country, would be decidedly not legal. It would in fact be a violation of the supervisor's constitutional rights. I will read excerpts from Britannica. This is easily verified with an internet search, or I guess the attorney can do it. Due process. Due process is the legal requirement that the state must respect all legal rights owed to a person. It is a foundational principle in American law, primarily enshrined in the 5th and 14th Amendments of the U.S. Constitution. These amendments state that no person shall be, quote, deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, unquote. This concept serves as a safeguard against arbitrary government power, ensuring that all levels of government operate within the law and provide fair procedures before taking action against individuals. Scope of due process. Due process is a broad concept that applies not only to criminal cases, but also extends to civil and administrative proceedings. It requires that all legal proceedings are conducted according to established rules and principles that protect individual rights, such as confrontation of accusers. The justice system in the United States upholds the right of the accused to confront their accuser. The Sixth Amendment guarantees a criminal defendant the right to, quote, be confronted with the witnesses against him, unquote. This provision means that the accused has the opportunity to be present when witnesses testify against them and to cross-examine those witnesses, ensuring transparency and fairness in criminal proceedings. The supervisor's absence tonight should have been sufficient reason to postpone this agenda item, full stop. The fail to have this discussion without the supervisor present was wrong. This discussion, in fact, I believe, be violating the supervisor's right to due process. Another definition, hearsay in legal proceedings. Hearsay refers to the testimony based on what a witness has heard other people say. Courts may refuse hearsay evidence because the person who made the original statement was not under oath or available for cross-examination. This rule maintains the integrity of the legal process by ensuring that evidence presented in court is reliable and subject to scrutiny. Is the board planning to present any witnesses today? Any staffers who were allegedly abused by the supervisor? Means of proof. The classic means of proof include witnesses, documents, and real evidence, which includes actual inspection of objects. Is the board planning to present any documents as evidence, including but not limited to signed and dated exit interviews from these employees, performance improvement plans, progressive discipline plans, including counseling and warning sessions, requiring immediate and sustained improvement. Someone said something about a union. Trust me, if you get a union, you're going to hear those words. Is the board going to present any witness statements or even extemporaneous notes that were taken at the time these events took place? If the board isn't planning to bring any witnesses, will the board take an oath right now? Will the board swell themselves in to swear to God on the stack of the Bibles that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth tonight in this discussion? Because I fear that any discussion that's not under oath or with legal proceedings is nothing more than a kangaroo in court. It is dealing with unsubstantiated allegations, including he said, she said, because I know we're going to have conflicting documents once the packet gets complete from the supervisor. And there is no more decorum in this proceeding than in my junior high school student council. I will conclude with this. If you choose to have this conversation without the supervisor, it's wrong. If you have a vote next time with the supervisor present based on this conversation, it's wrong. I think that she should have been here, and you should do all of the steps that are required to have due process. You should go back. You should get the Human Resources Department, which is apparently absent in this whole process, to do exit interviews if those can no longer be attained, to take witness statements if those no longer be attained, then to put together a process by which employees are counseled, warned, suspended.
Mark, that's time. Thank you.
All right.
Oh, no, he's got 10 seconds.
I got 10 seconds. And you know what? I'm almost done.
You can wrap up,
Wrap
Mark.
up.
Yeah, I'll wrap up, and you can avoid the sheriff having to escort me. Thank you very much for your time tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Yeah.
Next up.
Michelle Cody, 38 years of residency in Scio Township. I'm speaking about Jillian Carey. We need Jillian Carey in the office, not exiled, to work in our home. Scio residents naturally come to this office to see the supervisor. Then after careful, considerate listening by the supervisor, perhaps able to help them or help them and direct them to the person in the right staff of Scio department that can help them. Moving the supervisor out is not Team Scio. It's an adversarial activity, literally locking out the supervisor, exiling, whose purpose does it serve to do this cruelty? Residents have been hopeful for a better tomorrow after elections and a new era past the Hathaway regime. But what are we seeing and hearing now? A curated version of the events? Where's the proof, the transparency, hearsay and gossip with hurt feelings? Carrying and operating with integrity got Julie Carey her legitimately earned respect and hence election to be supervisor. Supervisor Carey treats people fairly and listens, wanting staff and residents and various committee members to be open with their issues and concerns, and perhaps they're long buried by the past toxic environment. No interruptions by a listener. It's rude. I have my master's in counseling. I've taught 35 years in public education. I've had all kinds of kids from special eds to gifted and talented. I've had chairs thrown at me by sixth graders, but we worked with them. We didn't exile them and get rid of them. And you don't interrupt when someone's speaking. You are psychologically creating a safe place to work. No threats of retribution, of job loss, etc. But the reason to exile the supervisor from her township office, didn't even do that to Hathaway, and nobody liked him apparently. The anonymity of slanderous, suspicious hearsay, character defamation, evidence, besides the hurt feelings or I was told to be quiet and I didn't like it, not a reason to exile. Unprecedented, not useful to residents. But useful to whom, I wonder again. No longer does Clerk Flintoff need to cite state regs to rein in Hathaway's power grabs. The new Board of Trustees and Supervisors were hailed as the fresh air, has degraded into tribal warfare. And HR, where are the equal rights like the prior speaker pointed out, to show evidence. And staff leaving township employment, lack of potential candidates to even apply for township manager. There are unfilled long-term vacancies. Keep Supervisor Carey in her physical office space in this township building. And fairness and honesty, my taxpayer money goes to that. And pay all the legal fees for Jillian Carey. The frame up on township could have happened to anybody or any employee on that computer thing. And changing language from should pay to may pay for legal fees to defend an employee who was doing their job and there was no IT assistance. When I was teaching, we had in-services for the entire staff on any computer change and training and support. What is Scio Township? What has it become? Is it, how complicated is it, or is it compromised?
Thank you, Michelle. Steve?
Guess I'll stay up here. I understand you're going short. Steve Feinberg, longtime Scio resident, probably know the most of you, unfortunately and fortunately. I'm a longtime Scio Township resident with deep concerns over the increasing dysfunction in the governance of our township. Our Board of Trustees has become embroiled in a conflict involving a compromise of the supervisor's statutory duties. They're locked in a battle that does not serve the interest of Scio residents. Many of us speak out at the meetings and write letters to the board, but contrary to what was promised in the Board of Trustees campaigns, lack of transparency, listening, and respecting residents in 2024 has not been adhered to. It's getting worse by the month and will be soon in total disarray. If we as a township residents can afford to have a deputy sit at the Township Board of Trustees meeting, surely we as township residents can afford to have a neutral party or a mediator come in and conduct an evaluation of the climate within the township hall and provide a way to move forward in a more positive and objective manner. The Board of Trustees needs to answer the query brought up by Rob Patterson's letter in an open, public forum. The Scio Township citizens deserve transparency, especially in relation to the disciplining of a township employee. And why did 8 people quit Scio in 2025? We need answers to this if we're going to retain highly qualified employees. I am frustrated with the ongoing chaos with our local elected officials. What does a township have to do to get effective leadership elected and into place to keep the township moving forward? Lastly, Jillian's attorney fees were due primarily to the ineptness of both Judge Simpson and the prosecuting attorney, who kept delaying the whole process, and not to Jillian, as the Board of Trustees continues to indicate. The person who should be really upset at is Hathaway for initiating this spurious process against Jillian. How can a township not pay Jillian's legal fees when there would be no legal fees if Hathaway hadn't instigated this fallacious charges in the first place? That makes the township responsible for the outcome. I believe Jillian Carey is a dedicated, caring supervisor that has worked very hard for Scio residents. My interactions with Jillian have been nothing but positive, polite, and very professional. I would like to request that the Board of Trustees defer any action at this time on agenda number 0.6 until an attempt at mediation to address this issue has been initiated. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Next up, please come forward. Caroline.
Caroline Altamar, Scio resident and Road Advisory Committee member. I think it's despicable that you're moving to block the supervisor from her place of work based on hearsay and without due process. It is not the way of our nation to persecute and punish someone without said due process. It is the way of countries that have dictators, and unfortunately the way our nation seems to be going.
And frankly, the actions you are taking against the supervisor feel very similar to the horrors happening in our cities. People being forcibly removed without proper procedures. It's immoral, it's cruel, and what you have been doing to the supervisor is also immoral and cruel. And to do this when she is ill and not even to speak for herself is disgusting. The previous commentators have said all the particulars and provided the facts, so I will not detail them here. Suffice it to say that y'all have finally placed the straw that broke the camel's back, and there's a groundswell beginning, just like there is in the rest of our nation. Our tyrannical president must eventually pay for his transgressions, and all of you may have to as well. Until this meeting, I was not aware of the issue with the assessor. From what I have read, her mistake did not affect taxes, was admitted to and rectified. Rob Pattinson's comments are dead on. Which one of you has not made a mistake? There's plenty of evidence of errors on all of your parts. Let he who is without sin cast the first stone. The way you're handling this is disgraceful. Question. You all seem to come to these meetings ready to vote with just superfluous discussion. It's clear that you would not do so unless you already had the votes. That means that 4 of you have discussed and decided before the board meetings. This either smells of violation of Open Meetings Act or is definitely in violation of OMA. And even if it's not technically in violation, it certainly is not transparent and violates the spirit of OMA. Didn't you all campaign on transparency? I'm horrified, disgusted, and so deeply disappointed in Kathleen, Ryan, Jessica, and Kathy. Like many others, I campaigned for you, advocated for you, distributed signs for you. Is this how you treat us, the township? And you know what digs at me the most? Is that you look at us and you tell us how much you respect us and value our input, but it's really becoming clear that you really do not. It feels the same as when I call my cable company or insurance company. They're thinking, go ahead and bitch. We got you by the balls, as they laugh all the way to the bank. I'm also going to read a letter from a resident who asked me to read a letter, resident Wendy Klein, to all board members. When the last elections were held, the citizens of Scio voted to elect a new board and a new supervisor. The residents were fed up with the old boys club that had been in play for many years. The supervisor won in convincing fashion because the residents believed in her vision and passion for bettering Scio Township. They saw how she advocated for the residents even though she came on board. Some of you were elected because you were the only one that ran for your position. We expected this new administration to be the dream team. Instead, it appears we got a bunch of gangsters and bullies. Leaders set a clear vision for an organization and empowered everyone to work for a common goal. Gangsters and bullies only look out for themselves and gang members. Leaders make it known that they will always have your back and work for you, not against you. With leaders, if someone makes a mistake, they work to correct it and put new systems in place to prevent a repeat occurrence. They will take accountability for themselves for the failure to provide proper supervision, especially when it comes to financial matters. Gangsters and bullies, on the other hand, turn it into a huge drama and threaten their subordinates' income and position. This is the perfect recipe for destroying an organization. Not to mention, it shows the complete lack of intelligence and compassion for the subordinate while ignoring their own responsibility in the matter. Leaders, when there's a disagreement or argument, have intelligent, mature conversations to resolve the situation. They work to keep harmony in the organization. Gangsters and bullies, on the other hand, try to use intimidation and fear to run the organization. If someone doesn't cow down, then they look to ostracize them. This is an incredibly immature and childish response. Frankly, anyone that follows this route should resign. You obviously don't have the maturity or skills for a peaceful resolution. Trustee Yapel, in your resolution, you state that you tried talking to Supervisor Jillian and didn't get the results you wanted. Have you thought about the facts that maybe this is your failure to communicate? I would suggest that you take the Dale Carnegie course, How to Win Friends and Influence People. Honestly, several of you need to take this course. Gangsters and bullies only prevail when good people stay silent, just like evil. So which side are you on, gangsters and bullies or a leader? Your vote tonight will show. She did not know what the vote would be. I expect you all to vote against 06.
Thank you, Caroline. Next up, please come forward. Any other people present? Thank you.
Can I just ask, do we need to sign up something to speak?
No, you don't.
Okay, thank you.
It's not required. It's not required to provide your name, but we love to know who you are.
Hi. I'm
I'm Lisa Tulin Silver. I've lived in Scio for about 45 years. And I'm here today in support of Jillian, who I've worked with in the past to re-gravel and repave Park Ridge Drive. Our interaction involved years of contacts to get this done, and numerous interactions that were always pleasant, productive, and ultimately very satisfying because Park Ridge is now the road it should have been all along. Without Jillian, this would not have taken place, and I'm very grateful to her. When I hear the complaints by the trustees who wish to censure her, I'm absolutely astounded. I cannot understand who you are even talking about. This isn't a problem with Jillian. It's a problem with the trustees who are censuring her and creating enormous damage to the community by doing so. I hope that each one of you who have made that choice will look at yourselves in the mirror instead of twice victimizing a fine public servant. Jillian was elected by the voters despite a vindictive, dishonest campaign against her. She is our choice, and the trustees have a responsibility to work effectively with her to make Scio the best possible township it can be.
Thank you, Lisa. Would anybody else like to speak who's present? Andrea?
Hello, my name is Andrea Dorney. I'm a Scio Township resident, and I am also on the Lockout Pine Sanitary Authority Board with Jillian Carey. Hello. I find her to be a good person to work with. Not perfect, but she tries, and that's very important. I was thinking about this, and I was thinking about the governor who said, we need to disagree better. I think that's very true, that this 06 is just rage bait. It's making people angry, and it's not going to solve problems. We need to disagree better and solve problems without making, well, screaming fits. We got plenty of those already. Thank you for listening to me.
Thanks, Andrea. Yeah, please.
You're more than welcome to
Please
stand
come
up.
forward.
Oh, thank you.
My name is Gil Chrisman. I've been a Scio resident since 1988. And I have seen a lot of supervisors come and go. But I have to say, of the many that I have dealt with on all sorts of issues, Jillian Carey was the most capable because she knew the ordinance and laws, the most dedicated because she would call you to, and if she didn't know the answer, she'd find it and get it to you. I know, Jessica, when you were undergoing the, what I call toxic environment with Will Hathaway, my heart bled for you. I came in here and gave you some money because I could not believe that any organization could allow such inappropriate behavior. And now I see Hathaway has purposely waited to address an issue that he, through his emails, right at the time of election, almost a year later. Now you have somebody from assessing who made a mistake of a digit, expressed that, condolence and corrected it, and it's been over close to 2 years, and now it's just being brought up and she's being punished. It's kind of like the same repeat where there's no appropriate adult professional communication in this board where if you have an issue, you work it through. And it's not little high school hearsay, he said, she said, he said, she said. No, if you're going to vote on something, she is appointed by us as residents, and in doing so, we appointed you as well. Therefore, you should be providing us, if we're here about this, with as the gentleman said earlier, the due process. What type of allegations? Who made the allegations? How were they validated? And there should be, if this is an issue that needs to be addressed, if it can't be done through HR or appropriately through civil, adult, business, professional communication, which I find it hard to believe that this is being done this way, that have a independent mediator that employees, because I have heard from some employees say that they're too scared to talk because they know they will get retaliated with loss of job, loss of money, or their life made hell here. So that person could speak to an independent mediator to maybe help facilitate, make a recommendation, since you all can't seem to think of one other than, which to my opinion is probably the least, the most appropriate one you could think of. And I just thought so much better of all of you. For the ones I campaigned for, which is most of you, I did so with the belief in your integrity, your ethical conduct. And yet, Kathy, no, you can look at your watch, but please listen, because I campaigned for you too. With this in mind, there shouldn't be a vote on this Jillian Carey matter because you haven't done honest, ethical, and appropriate measures to provide us as residents your proof, your documentation, and a more appropriate protocol. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Next up, would anybody else present like to speak? Yes, Ian, whenever you're ready.
Yeah, hi, Ian Huber, another member of the Road Commission, but not here in that capacity tonight. Leadership is lonely. Leadership is challenging. It is not easy, and I understand that. You don't get to pick your team. We get to pick your team, okay? When I go to work, I don't get to pick who I work with. Sometimes I do if I'm lucky, but in general, it's not easy. Okay, and it's very, very lonely. But one of the things that leadership calls upon is to find a way to work together with honesty, with integrity, with an ability to agree and disagree, and accept that we don't always agree on things. Given there's this number of people here tonight, something is very clearly not working here with this particular board. And I'm calling out the obvious, and I have something to offer in a minute, and I'd like to bring up some paper if that's okay. Sure. What I'm talking about is we're all seasoned. I mean, look at the color of my beard, it's grey, and I'm not going to talk about any of you guys, but we're all mature. And one thing that I realized professionally is I don't know everything. And I can relearn things. I can go through different types of training. And it doesn't ever hurt me to go and revisit things that I've done in the past. In fact, it helps me a lot and I get a lot from it. And what I am proposing here with this particular company is that you guys get some external help, because I think it's really needed. I think it's needed in terms of you working together as a team. What I see, and I think what everybody else is seeing, is there's a lot of backstabbing going on. And that is not serving anybody in this room to have you do it. So seriously, I know I know some of you have been doing this and you've had leadership positions, but it doesn't hurt to go back to basics and take some training. This company that I've worked with is absolutely phenomenal at level setting you. And I made this suggestion once before, but I wasn't so bold to actually bring a printout of their website. But I've done that this time, and I really do encourage you to think about this. There are ways to do things. Certainly in a business world, there are ways to do things. And the way that you've tackled items 4 and 6 on this agenda, professionally to me, are absolutely abhorrent. If we did that in my company, nobody would survive. It's absolutely terrible. Now, one of the metrics that you should be recording in Scio Township is the number of people that are leaving. That should be one of the metrics that is posted on your website. It should be up front for everybody to see. And you should be conducting exit interviews. Why are people leaving? If you did that, you would have data that is then actionable. I don't know what's going on in the HR department, but seriously, that's HR 101, that you talk to people when they leave and ask them why they're leaving, what are their motivations. In the absence of that, I can't see how you can vote on 4 or 6. It makes absolutely no sense to me. And then I'd like to talk about item number 4 in particular. And I actually, excuse my French, but I wrote holy shit in my notes. What message is that sending to the staff here? What are you guys thinking? I wouldn't dock a single person on my team's pay for making a mistake. We're human. People make mistakes. The fact that that is in a public record is disgusting. You should be ashamed. It shouldn't be here. You don't do that to people. That's not the way you build a team. That's not the way you lead people. Really. How would you feel if somebody did that to you? Called out in front of all these people. It's really pitiful. We all voted for you. We voted for this team. Please start working as a team. On a personal front, I know Gillian very well. She's been to parties that we've held. She's always very caring. Hey, how's Kira doing? How are the kids? When we were fighting against the paving of Delhi Road, she didn't have to do that, but she did. She got involved. That tells you of something of the metal that that woman is. We should all be grateful. Anyway, his
You can wrap up.
company is called Humanity. They are phenomenal.
Your microphones are interfering with the microphones picking up what people are saying. You're rustling papers, so please turn off your board microphones.
And Christy's also going to turn down the volume of the timer. Renee, whenever you're ready.
I wait for you and then I go.
Got it, sorry. Hi, my name is Renee Klubeck. Thank you for listening. That's a hard act to follow. I am a Scio resident. I am also a former committee member of the 2025 Compensation Committee. I've had a lot of vested time in this board that I voted for. I'd like to say the word as I walked up here, all I could think of is I wish I had a shirt, I wish I had a poster, I wish I had a recording that said, shame, 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 shame. I'm embarrassed to call you my board. I'd like to thank all the words of wisdom that came from this gallery. I feel there's not much more I can say about the item 06. So I'm going to present a little bit different side to it, and I hope you will all listen to me. I have shared with a couple of the board members this briefly, a small little bit. So here's what I have to say. If you open this path, you not only open yourself to questioning with your residents, with your staff, with the public, but you are going to go down a hole that you are going to regret, I truly believe. And I don't want Scio Township destroyed because of that. I want to tell you that if this is voted on for our supervisor, that almost 9,000 people, I believe, voted for, it is a shame. I ran a medical practice and 4 LLCs altogether and had a group of women that I had to deal with that had different personalities and different opinions, and guess what? As former speakers have said, you gotta make it work. A year ago it was suggested by attorney Jim Fink. There was suggestions from the Township Legal Board to do what was right, to get a mediator, to get a facilitator. Work it out, people. Get together. You're on a team. You did not. Some worked with it, some didn't. What I'm going to explain is, if I come back here in 2 weeks and this is destroyed to what's done for 06, I want you all to understand quickly. In June of 2003, the last meeting of that compensation committee, one of the trustees on this panel said, "Who would do this except for money?" It's on record, it's on a video. It disturbed me when I went to see that for previous meetings until I was going to be on a compensation committee. I want you to know that that meeting, that group, that committee had the luxury of the board suggesting Attorney Jim Fink would be a part of our committee and make sure we followed procedure and methodology correct, as it had not been done previously. It was pointed out to us on record, you can all go back and listen to it, how it had to go. We worked extremely hard. We went down to the last day to do it right. Well, if I come back here, I'm going to bring you back detailed things that will show inappropriate methodology that was given to us, those of us who had never done it before, by a board member who was being evaluated. Number two, there's proof it was ill-advised from the current HR director at that time and given to us. So why would we put this current issue in the hands of who's running the HR department right now? And as to Andrea, I will bring back the detail of the reports that were given to us from HR that were incorrect by little numbers. And we got held up for 2 more weeks waiting for proper information. You don't think there's any other mistakes going on in this place? There is. And if I come back with that presentation, forgive me if I've gone off track, but it's important to say, don't go down this rabbit hole. I let it go for 1 year. I'm not letting it go. I will be back, and I will ask for resignation, and I will ask for legal counsel to find out if that was done incorrectly. And you all voted against it. All the time we put in. I will be back, and I will make sure that that committee is reassembled with the help of Attorney Jim Fink, and proper information is given to us, and we will come back and once again suggest that you respect the jobs you all do, that you yourselves understand the clarity of what is done by a township supervisor. I am upset, and I'm sure you all know who I'm talking to. Please bring this township together. Please do not do this. I beg of you, there are other things. Don't go down the rabbit hole. Keep us going as a team. I hope that Attorney Jim Fink will join me at the meeting in 2 weeks. Thank you.
Thanks, Renee. Any other members present? Would anybody else like to speak who's in the room? Yes, Carol.
Speak from here.
Hey, you can speak from wherever you wish, Carol.
Carol Fletcher, longtime township president. I also want to speak to the matter of the board wanting to bar Jillian from the office during business hours, allegedly because she creates a hostile work environment. First off, I do not know if Jillian creates a hostile work environment because rarely, and then only briefly, am I in the office during the workday, and I've seen or heard nothing from the people who do allege that she does. I say personally, I have had nothing but positive reactions with actions with Julia. But what I do know, having attended enough of these board meetings, is that there is regularly a palpable sense of hostility between members of the board with other members of the board and members of the board with the public and vice versa. For example, scheduling this important vote of 06, which I know they're not only discussing now, but putting that on the end of what was likely to be a long agenda could be construed as a subtly hostile way to discourage public participation. Folks, this is not what I expect and what many other members of the public voted for or expected. Most everyone seems to agree that they do not want to repeat the infighting that was present with the previous supervisor. To that end, I displayed yard signs supporting you folks and gave donations towards seeing the current board members elected. However, despite new players, it's the same old game. So the question is why? I can only speculate, but the classic reasons for infighting tend to be for money, control, or prestige. First, let's consider money. Jillian has a large payment due to her attorney, which, unless it is ruled in court that she did something illegal, the township is responsible for paying. But we know the township has a budget deficit, and the board does not want to make the payment. Is the board hoping that if they manage to drive Jillian out, they will not be responsible for paying the attorney? Based on available information, I can only wonder. Now, let's consider another possible reason to limit Jillian: control. The supervisor is normally expected to have decision-making authority, especially regarding day-to-day operations. Is there a person or a group of persons who want that authority for themselves? Another reason for deposing someone is prestige. Is there someone who wants to replace Julian as the leader of the township, at least in name, if not in title, in order to enhance their own image? I freely admit that these reasons are all speculation, but they're based on very common actions. But what I know for a fact is that Scio Township deserves better. This township is blessed with a prime location and a solid tax base without having to welcome undesirable funding sources like heavy industry or an AI data center. You are a group of intelligent, educated, experienced people. For goodness sakes, cut the infighting and make the most of what we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Are there any other people present who would like to speak? Pam, whenever you're ready.
Rob is my hearing person. I have an additional hearing, and so he's going to nudge me when time is coming close to an end. Pam Boyd, as one of the few residents who have actively attended Scio's board meetings for the last 6 years, I have a wide angle view of the history of this board and the previous board. In early January 2025, with Jessica Flintoff, Ryan Yabo, Kathleen Branton, Kathy Knoll, the Gang of Four, started a campaign to discredit and demoralize Supervisor Carey. Why? Because Jessica Flintoff didn't want to give up what she called her hard-earned power. Evidence of this is scattered throughout the various board meetings, including Lock Alpine meetings. Meeting after meeting, you and your Gang of Four shockingly took away responsibilities from Supervisor Carey using untruths and lies. In January 2025, you started the year by saying she needed to have a leave of absence. Who are you to usurp the voters? You Gang of Fours swept in and removed her from overseeing utilities without basic communication to either Supervisor Carey or the Director of Utilities. In February 2025, you passed over Supervisor Carey, the next in line, to manage the township budget. You said she had no experience. Well, duh. All new board members learn on the job, and you and the Gang of Four gave it to Kathleen, who was also a new board member. Compensation of board members happened in February, and the disrespect by the Gang of Four toward compensation committee members was shameful and embarrassing. The end result is you voted to increase your own salaries, but in the end voted to hobble Supervisor Carey, leaving her without even a cost of living increase. During the following months, the disrespect towards the Roads Advisory Committee, the debacle of disbanding the DDA with no plans in place added to the legacy of the Gang of Four, which you are become known for. Along the way, the treatment of employees in these board meetings leads me to advise anyone thinking of applying for a position in Scio Township to watch how committee members and employees and the public are treated. Run, don't walk to the nearest exit. Also in February was the infamous nasty note found under Jessica's door. It's been almost a year since that incident, and a couple of points are worth noting. Since this happened inside the offices of Scio Township, there's been little concern towards keeping this from happening again. Why? There was backroom investigation that fingered somebody without credible evidence, but it was never publicly announced what really happened. Why? Jessica, in May, I sent you a FOIA to investigate. I spoke to the person you labeled the nasty note as a culprit. It took over 150 days and an investigative reporter asking questions for you to finally return my FOIA request regarding that incident. Funny thing is, you informed the residents about this note at the beginning of that February meeting, before public comments. You shared, and everybody pay attention, you shared that note that it was threatening and you felt attacked as a lesbian. Never in my 6 years of attending any of these meetings was there any evidence that this should have happened to you. Of course, during public comments, residents were outraged that this could happen to you. Now, this might sound like a weird question, but in looking back, it's worth asking. Who benefited from that nasty note? There is one very clear answer. You benefited, Jessica. The question has to be asked, did you, Jessica Flintoff, in order to stop residents' angry comments, write that note to become a victim in order to get residents to stop calling out your behavior? Remember, you wanted the job of FOIA coordinator with such a passion that residents on November 20th, 2024 gave you a standing ovation when it was given back to you. I was one of them. But because you can't even follow the simple rules of handling FOIA requests in a timely manner, keep an ongoing yearly log, I no longer trust you to do the FOIA clerk job or any job as clerk in this township. What else have you failed at? Who else are you trying to manipulate? Who else are you trying to get to quit? What other lies have you spread? I've lost total respect from you. I'll say it again. I no longer trust you to do the job as clerk of this township. I no longer trust you in the direction you and the Gang of Four have gone down this road that you seem to be headed into tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pam. Does anybody else want to speak? Pat Stein, whenever you're ready, Christy will start the clock.
I'm sorry I'm not facing you, but I am going to sit, and I will try to speak loud. But I do want you to know something. I'm on the other side of this issue. I'm addressing the behavior that this whole resolution is about. And there's something, Ian, I think it's awesome that you admit not to knowing everything. But I want to tell you something you don't know, and obviously from your comments, you have no clue. You see this board up here that is present? They do work together and they do get along. Does that tell you something? All that you see here, they work together and they get along.
No.
Why is she addressing?
And also,
Pat, if you'd be so kind to please address your comments to the board.
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Don't chastise us.
Pat Stein, longtime resident, over half a century, resident of Scio Township. During one of these public comment sessions last year, a member of the public accused me of working with a board member in the writing of my comments. It was a false accusation. My comments have always been of my own making. But I will tell you up front, I had assistance with tonight's comments. Yes, I asked Google, Where is abusive behavior permissible in an office setting? The answer is no office setting in the U.S. legally allows abusive behavior. I am, of course, referring to Agenda Item 06, the resolution to address the inappropriate behavior of Supervisor Carey. And folks, let's call this inappropriate behavior what it is. It's abuse. There is a big difference between yelling and screaming. When you are screaming, you are out of control. You are being abusive. And in the case of Scio Township, this abuse is dished out to the staff and the board on a regular basis. And to be clear, first, I want to apologize to speaking to the residents that spoke before me. That really was out of line, and I apologize. But I am a witness to this, so you cannot really tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. I am a witness to this behavior. Some folks in attendance tonight believe that the supervisor's abuse toward others is acceptable. It is not. Scio Township has hardworking employees that just want to work and do their job. They don't want or deserve the anxiety that comes with having an out-of-control supervisor who's screaming totally disrupts their thought process and their productivity. They don't want or deserve the headaches, neck aches, or upset stomachs that come with bracing for the next round of abuse, and that is what's happening. Why Supervisor Carey's supporters, who follow her blindly, focus on attacking board members and not even acknowledging her abusive behavior and its impact on others totally astounds me. Especially when I know for a fact that some of these very supporters have at one time or another been on the receiving end of the supervisor's ill treatment. Picture one of your loved ones being an employee working in the current environment at Scio Township. Would you find it normal that each Sunday night that loved one becomes visibly upset at the thought of what might be awaiting them at work the next day? Would you find it normal that they rarely have a full night's sleep or come home from work too mentally exhausted to even carry on a conversation? Wouldn't you want to stop this abuse? I fully support the resolution brought forward by Trustee April to put an end to this abuse that has been going on for over a year. I understand this resolution is being presented because other solutions have been unsuccessful, and I believe that's something that a lot of the public is not aware about. This just didn't come out of the blue. This has been a process, a long process. Anyone, be they resident or board member, that does not support the resolution is condoning abusive behavior, and they're setting up the employees as recipients for continued abuse. This is totally unacceptable, and shame on any board member that does not support this. I want to remind you, board members, that the residents of Scio Township have voted for you to take your place on this board to make decisions that are in the best interest of our township. Denying the employees of Scio Township a safe place to work is not just irresponsible, it is cruel, and it leaves us wide open for potential employee lawsuits. Do what is right and support this resolution. Put a stop to this ongoing abuse by our supervisor. I understand that the agenda has changed, so the resolution is not an action item, but an item for discussion. But I do hope that when it comes to a vote, that it is put on the top billing of the next board agenda, because employees of Scio Township and some members of this board have been subjected to this abuse for far too long. I'm not done.
You can wrap up.
How am I doing on time?
It'd be,
Oh, is it?
If you've got 10 more seconds to wrap up.
Okay, I know it's awful to be the only one that is in support of this resolution, but I do believe it's because people are unaware. I'm not criticizing Julian for the work she does, because when she is out in the public and she helps people, she really does do a good job. I think the whole issue is not knowing how to be a team player. I don't
It's
believe
time.
that she has.
It's time, Pat.
I believe she has a lot to offer. She just needs help.
Your time's up. Thank you, Pat.
Thank you.
Are there any other members of the public present who'd like to speak? Thank you for coming forth.
It doesn't work. Oh, it doesn't work. That's why I see. Okay. Well, My name is Oksana McGilligan. I am a resident of Scio Township.
Can't hear you.
That's why
Let
I
me
was
stand
trying to
over there
stand.
like everybody else.
Okay, let me see if I can, that's better.
Thank
Better?
you.
Yeah,
Thank
so
you.
my name is Oksana McGilligan. I am a resident of Scio Township, and I'm here to speak in defense of.
Louder, please.
In defense of Supervisor Curry. I've known her since before she became trustee at the Scio Township, and then and on many occasions.
Speak louder, please, I'm sorry.
On several occasions, after she became trustee and supervisor, I always found her to be very amicable, congenial, kind, caring, and quick to help. Today I read a rebuttal that Julian wrote to Mr. Yapple. I was absolutely abhorred with the tone of his comment. And there was no sense of subordination, let alone, Julian is probably twice as old as you are, or older than you are. And the tone was absolutely patronizing and unacceptable. It was unacceptable. And I also wanted to challenge everyone here who say that, this Board of Trustees needs a mediator. I see all of you are adults, capable adults probably. I think you should create a code of conduct, something very simple, very basic, no patronizing talk, no talking behind each other's back, be respectful, basic things, very basic things. And you should write this code of conduct, put it on your table, on your desks, and just leave to that. I don't think this township needs to spend more money or resources on providing to this board, to these adults. I think you're quite capable of discussing it all together and being respectful to each other. And I personally voted for Supervisor Curry, and I will vote for him. So please, just be adults, be honorable people.
Thank you for speaking. Thank you. Anyone else in the room like to speak? You've already had a
I
chance.
never used my 5 minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry, Steve. I'm going to have to follow the rules. I'm sorry. Anybody else present before we move to Zoom? Anybody who hasn't spoken, Steve, thank you for checking. Christy, anybody on Zoom?
Yes, first up is Julian Carey, followed by Candace Fletcher.
Great.
Go ahead, Julian.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay, great, thank you. Bear with me, please. I tend to cough after a little bit of talking. I would like to address 04 decrease and review of salary. The removal of the assessor record designation from the head assessor's duties represents only a single duty change. The remaining statutory responsibilities required to create the assessment role are not diminished, as the role is neither created nor as the role is neither created by a single individual. It's with the whole team. No additional duties will be assigned to the assistant assessor. A 6% salary reduction amounting to $5,926 constitutes an excessive punishment that is disproportionate to the alleged issue. Additionally, I informed HR manager Aurora Northrup that I did not support this, nor would I endorse it. Any salary reduction for a department that is statutorily under the authority of the supervisor. This objection was not included in her agenda item. Instead, she included her own recommendations, as well as the recommendations from the office coordinator, a position unrelated to the assessing department. Including these recommendations while omitting mine is unprofessional. 05, Mariah and I worked collaboratively on this agenda item, and she included 4 attachments she believed were pertinent. She advised that the township attorney memo should not be included. Yesterday, I discovered that 4 additional attachments were added without my knowledge. I emailed Mariah and Christy to ask who attached the additional materials. This morning, I received an email from Clerk Flintoff stating that she had uploaded the additional documents. She did not communicate her intent to do so beforehand. In addition to including the township attorney memo, she attached confidential and private information belonging to the assessor and assistant assessor. This conduct is also unprofessional and undermines the trust in working relationships. Resolution to address 06. I am pleased you voted to keep this item on for discussion. Let's be clear, the real issue in Scio Township are not my personality or alleged behavior. The issue is systemic toxicity in the treatment of staff members. Some board members have been actively trying to diminish my duties and make my life and job as difficult as possible since beginning December 2024. Earlier, I submitted to the board my rebuttal regarding Treasurer Yapel's agenda item, as well as the resolution requesting that these items be included in tonight's packet. It is too long to read for public comments. I am formally notifying the board that any vote to restrict my access to the supervisor's office would constitute an unlawful action. Michigan statutes clearly establishes that the township supervisor is entitled to an office. I included many examples in the resolution rebuttal, and that full access to documents and materials necessary to perform the duties of the office is absolutely necessary. This principle has been upheld by the Michigan Court of Appeals in Clerk Flintoff's case. The court stated, we conclude that a township clerk is entitled to access township records and papers. However, a township clerk is not entitled to exclusive access. By limiting my access in the hall to only public spaces, you are preventing my access to records or documents that I need for my statutory duty. The board would be exercising exclusive control over what I have access to, which is expressly prohibited by law. Furthermore, I remind this board that it has no authority to remove a board member from office, and by blocking my access, you are essentially doing so. Only the voters, or in extremely limited circumstances, the governor, may take that such action. Any attempt by board to remove me would not only be unlawful, but also a direct violation of democratic principles, and it could expose the board to legal action. I expect that the board will act within the bounds of the law and respect the statutory rights of the supervisor. Yes, it is true. We have had 8 people leave Scio Township staff, 8 staff in the past year, 22 since 2020. We have a systemic issue if we cannot keep staff. And if you're saying that the staff that has left was not suited for Scio, then that falls on us for hiring the wrong people. A word of advice to staff. If you ever get pulled into a meeting with Aurora, Christy, or Jess, make sure you record it and afterwards send a follow-up email, because what is said in those meetings and what is said later on doesn't always match. And I have been victim of that on January 5th and January 6th. I do want to say thank you to all the residents who have written to the board and come out for public comments. It shows that you care about our community and the employees who are our backbone. It is flattering that you have supported me as the supervisor. However, this is about our community and the township and the staff that is helping run our facilities. A couple of other things. Fire union is.
And Jillian, you're going to have to wrap up here. You're already at 5.
Let her talk.
Let her talk.
I'm just
That's what we need
saying
is
it.
transparency.
That's just.
I wasn't gonna, just let it know. Go ahead, Jillian.
All right. Just to be clear, the fire union is not requesting of the board to open defined benefits. It is some fire staff that are requesting of the township to have a conversation regarding pension plans that would benefit all employees. And lastly, this has to do with K7, and I want to, and anybody knows this of me, I am in full support of education. I am happy to see we have staff wanting to further their education, but to be clear, the agenda item for the finance director does not follow the rules of the employee handbook. No matter what the hiring agreement is regarding education, the employee handbook on page 19, number 39, educational assistance states all non-introductory employees are eligible to apply for educational assistance to a recognized or accredited source of instruction. Our finance director was hired on November 19th, began working on that day. We have a 90-day introductory period, making February 10th the first day to apply for educational assistance. Every other employee had to wait their introductory period before being approved, being able to even ask for approval for educational assistance. And Michael Simpson, firefighter Michael Simpson, is a perfect example of one recently. Well, thank you, and have a good board meeting.
Thank you, Joanne. Chrissy?
Okay, next up is Kanda Fletcher. Go ahead, Kanda.
Hi, can everybody hear me?
Yep.
Hi, I'm Candace Fletcher. My family's been residents of Scio Township for almost 50 years. I've heard so much about what a horrible workplace Township Hall is and how many staff have left positions. What's not clear to me is one, have the alleged victims been given an opportunity to share their alleged experiences around Jillian's alleged inappropriate behavior in a safe space? People are not going to speak up if they fear for the jobs. I know this for a fact. And secondly, why has our township leadership not brought in a neutral party who specializes in dispute resolution and can do a climate assessment at Township Hall? Several other people have brought this up tonight. We are stuck with the people that we elected for the most part. I have some serious questions about a number of people on the board, specifically, and their motives. But come on, people, it seems to me that having someone neutral come in and evaluate everyone in the township hall as a whole, someone who does the assessment / evaluation neutrally and can offer a safe place for people, including staff, to speak up and remain anonymous if they choose, is somewhere to start. Every single person, both elected officials and staff, should be given the opportunity to speak privately, confidentially, with an outside evaluator, and their responses should remain anonymous when the data collected is aggregated into a report. This is not a new concept. And if the leadership is the problem, well, then that should be addressed openly once data collection is completed and a report is issued. If we as township residents can afford to have a deputy sit at the township BOT meetings, which continues to be a head scratcher for me, surely as township residents, we can afford to have a neutral party come in and conduct an evaluation of the climate within Township Hall and provide a way to move forward in perhaps a more positive manner. Honestly, if things are as bad as members of the board allege they are in Township Hall, why do any staff stay? I have never witnessed anyone being berated within Township Hall, but if it is happening, it clearly must stop. But if staff are not given a platform to speak up safely with no fear of reprisal, then staff are not going to speak up. People need their jobs. People do not leave bad jobs, they leave bad bosses. The not so great leadership, which happens to be the Board of Trustees, in the Township of Scio is an embarrassment, and the township is the laughingstock of the state of Michigan. When one has friends who work for their township offices asking what the HE double hockey sticks is going on now in the township, it's nothing but embarrassing. Good things are not what are being noticed about the township leadership outside of Scio Township. Removing the township supervisor from access to Township Hall is ludicrous. How can the supervisor conduct her statutory duties if she is banned from the place of her elected business? I, for one, am incredibly burned out by the ongoing stuff with our local elected officials. I really have a difficult time putting it in words. What does a township have to do to get effective leadership elected and into place to keep the township moving forward? Stop the madness. Who are you people? You are not who I thought I elected. You do not represent me or my values or my hopes for Scio Township at this point. Thank you to everyone from the Scio community who has spoken tonight including our township supervisor. Thank you.
Thank you, Candace.
Okay, next up is Jonathan Greenberg. Go ahead, Jonathan.
Sound check on 2. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes.
Excellent. Good evening. My name is Jonathan Greenberg. I'm a Scio Township resident and a member of the Compensation Committee. I work to help elect 7 of the 8 people on this board. I built websites, I created mailings, I posted signs throughout neighborhoods, and I donated money. I believed in each of you. And by the way, at the end of my comments, Jessica, don't thank me for my comments. I know you don't mean it. I'd rather you just be quiet and move on to the next. But tonight I must speak out about what became of that trust. Because this has never been an attempt, there has never been an attempt to work with Jillian. When Clerk Flintoff and I were still on good terms, she cultivated my trust. She called me an ally. She told me that out of all the men in Scio politics, I was one of the only ones she felt was truly on her side. And during that same period, after an argument with the supervisor, she told me directly that she intended to undermine Supervisor Carey. Her exact words were, and I wrote them down at the time, quote, "I am not going to let her destroy everything I built over the last 4 years." Let that sink in. I believed her when she called me an ally, but boy, I was wrong. That statement explains everything that has followed. This is not about governance. This is not about, quote, a respect, calm working environment, end quote. This is about one person's determination to consolidate power and eliminate a democratically elected supervisor she perceives as a threat. She is not alone. Trustee Kathleen Brandt accused me of violating my duties as a compensation committee member. When I challenged her directly and asked her to explain, she backed down and clarified. She's also spread false claims about me to others in the community, but I won't get into the specifics of those attacks. And I also find it interesting that every time I speak up at a community meeting, she goes into my LinkedIn, listing and researches me the next day. It's happened 3 times already. Why are you so curious about my past, Kathleen? Seems kind of weird. The pattern of the dirty tricks over the last year have been cataloged and collected by Rob Pattinson, now number 23 tonight. All flow from the stated intention. They fall into clear categories: stripping authority, financial warfare, salary manipulation, cruelty by timing, attack her staff, and now this, banning her from her own office. Under Michigan law, even in a general law township, the supervisor has statutory duties that require access to township facilities. MCL 41.61, the supervisor is chief assessing officer. The assessing department is subordinate to her. How can she supervise staff she cannot access? MCL 41.2, the supervisor is the agent for township for transacting legal business. MCL 750.478A, it is a crime to obstruct a public officer in the discharge of official duties. Your own attorney reportedly acknowledged this resolution, quote, is very close to interfering with the supervisor's statutory duties. As the current attorney bends over backwards to back the clerk, this is a huge admission. The resolution's claim that her duties can be performed remotely is false as a matter of law. I have spoken with 6 township employees over the past week. They asked me to communicate here in public that the majority of township staff do not support this resolution. They also asked me to tell you why they are not here tonight. They are afraid of retaliation by the clerk. The employees of Scio Township are too frightened to attend a public meeting of their own government because they believe they will face consequences for speaking their minds. This is the respectful, calming working environment you claim to be protecting? The staff are not afraid of Supervisor Carey. They fully support her. They are afraid of the clerk and this board. In addition, you are punishing Assessor Andrea Garrett for a 2-year-old typo with zero financial impact. Yet Clerk Flintoff has failed to publish complete agenda packets on time for months and has been months late on FOIA responses in violation of state law. Where is her accountability? Where are her fines? 8 employees quit in 2025. That is the hostile work environment, and it was not created by Supervisor Carey. The voters elected Supervisor Carey. They showed up in droves today to make that point. They gave her statutory duties this board cannot strip away by resolution. They did not elect Jessica Flintoff to run this township as her personal fiefdom. If you pass this resolution, you will be interfering with the statutory duties of a duly elected official and opening this township to litigation that we, the taxpayers, will have to pay for. And when that happens, I'm sure you'll wring your hands Supervisor Carey for wasting taxpayer dollars, because that's your MO. Weaponize any event and use it to attack the supervisor. I urge you to throw this resolution out, stop the dirty tricks, get the help you need, and start working for the residents who elected you. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan.
I said don't thank me.
Anybody
You
else on
discussed-
Zoom?
Anyone else want to speak at public comment? Please raise your Zoom hand. There's no hands raised.
Okay. Seeing no more public comment, now is the time for board response. We'll go down left to right. If there's any board response, if you have it. If you don't, you can pass.
I have a few general comments. Can you hear me?
Speak up, please. Can you speak up a little bit, please?
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Wow. I read an article recently describing how the language of contempt has been normalized in our speech, in our society at this time. And I heard it here tonight. Not all of you, but some of you. And I just want to note that words like despicable, immoral, and cruel were directed at this board, and I had difficulty listening to that. I also heard raised voices tonight, and some of the things that I heard were misstatements of fact. People can disagree on issues. They might express differing points of view, but this is fundamental in our society, and I agree, we have to do it in a respectful manner. But many of us have tried to do that, and I think it's easy to criticize individuals on this board, but it's not entirely fair. Now, we were asked tonight.
Can you speak up just a little bit? You're starting to get
Say-
quiet again.
What did you say?
Oh, I just said.
Okay, I'll
you're
try.
starting to get quiet again.
Okay. Somebody asked earlier tonight, why is this minor mistake from the assessing department coming up now? It's an old mistake. Well, it's coming up now because most of this board only recently became aware of it. We did not know about it until a few weeks ago. Let me finish. Let me go on. The mistake itself was a small mistake. I agree with that. However, MCL 41.61 has been cited here tonight, and I want to cite another provision of that statute, state statute. The township board shall approve the assessor of record. Additionally, the township board shall approve any corrective action plan, this never happened. The township board wasn't informed of the error. The township board learned of it at the very end after a hearing, and we're struggling to deal with the situation now. It wasn't the mistake that's caused the problems. It's the perception of a cover-up. And, well, we didn't know. I didn't know.
Never came and talked to me, Kathy. Could have walked in our.
I only learned about this a few weeks ago. I didn't know. Going on, I would support involvement of a neutral party coming in on some capacity to work with all of us. However, this has happened previously, and Mariah Fink and Jim Fink arranged for a facilitator to come in, interview Jessica, Ryan, Jillian, Christy, and Aurora. There were numerous private meetings, numerous group meetings, and in the end, from what I understand, the facilitator said there wasn't anything she could do. Now, we never received a written report. So I'm,
Paid for this?
Mariah can maybe comment on this later, I'm sorry, but you might want to just say something because we have tried some things. But I would be supportive of an outside facilitator coming in and trying again at this time. Thank you.
David, any response to public comment?
I just want to add to Kathy's comments about the assessing issue. It was truly the first time we failed the audit. It was I think there were 3 issues, one of which was either a data entry error or math error, but it was something very small, which as Andrea has mentioned and as Rob mentioned, didn't affect anybody's taxes, at least as far as we know. However, we had a second follow-up audit, and 2 of the 3 errors were corrected, but the error with the math error was still there. And we had a discussion. Now, the first error Andrea did bring to the board's attention. She came and explained it, and it's not uncommon to have issues with an audit. There's so many things that have to be done, and 1 or 2 things go wrong. That's not necessarily an issue. The follow-up audit usually occurs, and there's no problem. This time, the follow-up audit occurred, and there was that one last little thing that wasn't corrected, and we did not, at least I did not know about it. It occurred, I think, in October, I think, it was found out. The issue is we talked with David Rowley, who is on the State Treasury, and we talked to him about the ramifications of this, and he explained that he understands that this was excuse the expression, Andrea, a stupid mistake. It was a data entry mistake or a math mistake. It was really, I would say it's inconsequential. But the state's regulations, it's black and white. It's either right or it's wrong. There's no deliberation. There's no consideration of, oh, I'm sorry, I added that wrong. I'll fix it. They don't consider that. It's either right or it's wrong. And because it was wrong, even though it was only off by, I don't know, 0.0, I don't know what the percentage was, very tiny amount. But because it was wrong, they had to fail us on the second audit. So now we're going to have a third audit sometime in the spring, whenever the audit team gets around to it. They have 17 or 18 counties to audit this year, and they have to audit every township in those counties. So when they get around to coming back to us, they will come back to us. And if we fail a third time, David tells us that the state will take away, I think he used the words, seize the role. And they take that to me, and Ryan can perhaps explain a little bit better, that to me means that we will lose control of our assessing department because the state will take it over. for 5 years. So we will have to pay the state to do our assessing. That's how I understand that. Now, I could be wrong. I'll let Ryan clear that up.
We'll talk about it when we get there.
Okay. So that's why this issue has really blown up out of such a minor little infraction. Now, I don't necessarily agree with the reduction in salary because I think most of Andrea's duties are going to stay in place. I don't necessarily agree with that. And if we're going to add or ask the assistant assessor to do some duties, I think we should probably give her a little bit extra. But I also think we need to, and we can talk about it at the assessor. Yeah, okay. But I just want to explain, it's not once, it's not twice, it's the third thing that we try to avoid. So,
Why wasn't the board more attentive to this,
And-
knowing that it was the third time?
If
Okay.
I could, I want to, just a process point for the board, this is just board member response. And I mean, the upside is we have a lot of engaged public who have some of the information. I don't know if you've all read the full packet, but you know, you're commenting on deliberations we haven't yet had. So some of these details, I would ask the board if we could kind of wait till we get to the agenda item to go through it. Not at all, David. I do want to just say a couple things. I want to know, I heard a couple members of the public reference that we still needed to pay the supervisor's legal fees. For those of you who don't know, we paid those on December 23rd in full, including an advance through trial, so those are paid. I'd also want to say something about our staff who works hard, and we have built our staff to be bigger, I think more highly skilled than ever before. We have a very diverse set of skill sets. We have to do everything from parks to assessing to water and sewer and fire. And our staff has really developed a lot. We've hired a lot of people. And so we have gone through a lot of culture change, and I think a culture toward performance and less like a dysfunctional family. In that was just very small. And everybody deserves a respectful, peaceful environment. I think professionalizing the way we have with an involved attorney, human resources, and others has helped a lot. I expect all of us as elected officials to speak appropriately about staff in public. And I would just ask if the public would consider too, when you are talking about staff people, to try to be as mindful, as respectful as you're asking us to be about staff, please. Regarding K7, if the board wants to take it off consent, we can. I would just note the supervisor was citing a different section of the employee handbook than that is under, but certainly if the board wants to take it off and discuss it, we can. I would say, because I heard the groans in the audience, from the members of the public, from Jonathan, it's a phone conversation, as far as I can remember it, Jonathan. It was a while ago, and we were talking, and you know, I do remember saying something like that when I was frustrating. It's not I have built, but I think you all know we as a community worked very hard to try to root out the chaos, to get a strong treasurer, to start handling things properly here. And I have worked very hard. We've all worked very hard. The entire community's worked very hard to have a more professional, functional organization. And with some of the chaos that has happened, I do recall saying something like that, Jonathan, where I said, you know, I'm not willing to let, you know, this chaos, these disruptions, you know, undo everything that we've worked for. And that's, I do
did
remember
not say
that.
we
And,
used to, and it was specifically in response to Jillian.
And
You're lying.
And I do remember specifically in response to the conflicts and chaos that started last December. when Jillian became supervisor.
There was no
and
chaos.
that
You're
is
lying.
true.
You're a liar.
So,
You're lying.
Public comment is over. I would just say, the only thing I'll say to Pam, because you Pam, I think pointedly have brought up my sexual orientation more than any other member of the public. And it's weird, and it's so inappropriate, and it's got to stop. Please. That's all.
Thank you. To echo Clerk Flintoff's comments, the supervisor's legal fees were paid at our meeting December 23rd, 2025, with an advance through trial. So that issue, folks aren't aware. I know it was around the holidays, so some people may not be aware of that. It was a noon meeting instead of a later in the evening meeting. I would commit to working with the mediator. I would also say that, just as others have mentioned, myself, Clerk Flintoff, Supervisor Carey, Human Resources Manager Northrup, Office Coordinator Aiken all met with a facilitator to discuss communication styles and also how to best work together. That process occurred earlier this summer. I think it was helpful. I wish there would have been a little bit more participation, but overall it was helpful. I do have some, concerns. I expect the board to disagree at times. There's certainly times I've disagreed with Trustee Reed and just about everybody that's sitting up here. One example, perfect example, is why I just disagree with Clerk Flintoff of the DEA. We were very passionate on different sides of that issue. The difference is, we spoke, vehemently about what we believed, but we spoke respectfully, we spoke strongly, we backed up our, argument with what we believed and what facts we had. At the end of it, we walked away as colleagues and said, I'm glad you were successful. Sorry I couldn't win it on my basis, but, maybe there's a next time. That's the difference here. That's what I want to do with everyone sitting up here, including Supervisor Carey, who's not here tonight. Communication has been a challenge here in the township. I think we're always getting better at it, but sometimes, I did read some of the rebuttal from the supervisor, and there was a couple of items in there that, I'll quickly address about me emailing people on different committees and attending meetings. My goal is always to provide as much information that's relevant to the parties as quickly as possible so that we can get the information to the people that need it so they can provide either up here at the board table or to the advisory committee what they need to know so we can all do better as a township. That's my goal. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to take the opportunity to comment on some things that are not factual. And I'm going to defend our clerk regarding responsibility for the agenda. The clerk is not responsible for the agenda. Any of us can enter agenda items. Any of us can add content. Now, I don't do a lot of agenda items, but I know that people that do add agenda items regularly add content. It is inappropriate to blame Jessica for that. It just blows my mind. You're reaching for something there that isn't there that you want to criticize. She's not responsible for it. Another correction or information, education. There's been talk about HR exit interviews and performance records. I will assure you that there are exit interviews being conducted that goes through our HR department. Those are confidential records. I've never seen one because I'm not allowed to see them. And so those would not be FOIA-able content, but they occur. They occur for every employee that's willing to sit down. They're not obligated. It's totally voluntary. And then I want to make a comment that I've considered making for months now. And that is that one member of the public is openly criticizing our HR manager. That's not cool. You can't do this broad issue and say, y'all are messed up, right? Y'all don't have any respect for each other. And I ask you, please, to stop criticizing our employees. And it certainly should not come from a board member criticizing an employee, especially a new employee, So I ask that you please refrain from attacking an individual that you really don't know the job she's doing, because you're not privy to that knowledge. You really aren't. And honestly, the information that I have is firsthand. I've seen it. It's been inflicted on me. But guess what, folks? I can't say that in a public meeting. I can't bring up Scio's dirty laundry in a public meeting. And why is that? Because it's not good for Scio Township. So I have knowledge that I cannot share with you, that I have seen with my own eyes, that has been inflicted with.
Process.
Sorry?
I mean, this is just.
Okay,
doing
sorry,
what you
this
say you
is,
shouldn't be doing.
I'm sorry.
we're
I
going to
don't-
continue with board response to public comment.
I really
Kathleen.
don't understand the response that was just given, but anyway, I guess I'll stop there, but if anybody wants to ask me, not in a public forum, why I made a certain decision, I would certainly entertain that discussion.
That's what got this in trouble.
Thank you,
It's
Kathleen.
unprofessional.
John, do you have any response to public
I
comment?
don't understand
or
your
not?
comment.
Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry.
I just don't understand the comment that, I don't get it, what's. Anyway, I guess I'm not supposed to.
So, excuse me, I had to take a call for a while, so I appreciate your indulgence. But my concern is, we are 1 year into a 4-year term, and look where we are. As Shakespeare wrote in Hamlet, there's something rotten in the state of Denmark. Like, I don't mind if we tussle, because I signed up for that. I don't like it. It's awkward, you know, but that's part of the gig. What I don't like is that there seems to me to be an impacting of our employees. So some employees, like, which side are you on? Are you on that faction, this one, that faction? So I don't like that it's impacting the people who we pay to do the work for the residents. So the University of Michigan is going through some things with their athletic department, you may have heard, and they're bringing someone in from the outside to kind of take a look at the culture. And maybe we need to hire an outside law firm, local law firms, to take a look at the working relationship between the board members and our township employees, and to kind of report that back to the board and to our township attorney and our township labor attorney, so that we can kind of write our course, because I don't like where we've come in the last year, and that's all I'll say.
Thank you, John. All right, moving on from board member response, we're at J1, approval of the minutes from December 23rd.
I will move approval of the minutes of December 23rd, 2025.
As presented.
As presented.
Motion by Brandt, support by Reed. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none. The motion passes. Minutes are adopted as presented. Next up is the consent agenda as amended, which includes K-12. I mentioned this in the board response. The supervisor had commented on K-7. I didn't know if that changed anybody's mind about taking it off consent. I will say it is under a different section. It is not under the same section as Michael Simpson, who needed to qualify for education. This is under the workshop section, so it's a different section of the handbook, which has different procedures. So again, I don't want to give an impression that staff are being treated differently from each other, because that's actually not what's happening here. Did the board want to take that off to consent? Okay.
I move the consent agenda.
Motion by Riser, is there support?
I support.
Support by Noel. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none. Motion adopted. Consent agenda adopted. Next up, we're at regular reports, L1. What I'd like to do for this is have folks reference the written reports in the packet. And I'd like to go, starting with John, moving from the right to the left. John, do you have any regular reports for the board?
None.
Kathleen?
Yes, the planning commission met last night. I think the item that's important to the board as well as the residents is, and I mentioned this prior, not long ago, that we're working on a data center ordinance. And we recognize the need to take action on that fairly quickly. We have a good ordinance as scribed by our consultant. It has good restrictions in it. We intend to refine that to make it more specific, I guess, and that it will pass muster. That could not be challenged. That's important. We also recognize that we need to get that ordinance published quickly, and that is the goal. And then if we need to work on it further, we'll do that and go through the process. It requires a public hearing. But without having an ordinance, we are a little bit vulnerable, but we also recognize that there's probably not a whole lot of spots in Scio that would suit, but that's, we're going to get something in there probably within 2 months. And there'll be a public hearing, so certainly we want to hear all your thoughts. I really believe that your planning commission is committed to protecting Scio Township, our rural environment, take into account anyone's feedback. I think it's going to be a good process. So that's the most important thing I think came out of that meeting.
Thank you, Kathleen. I'll go next briefly. I meant to say after we adopted consent, I want to congratulate Michael Blackburn and Stephen Shepard. We approved their end of their introductory period, our field supervisor and utility tech, doing a great job. I also want to thank Christy and Chris and everybody who's been working on the HVAC project. It's been going swimmingly. I hear a lot of people talk about the price tag of the HVAC. I also want to remind people there's projected $900,000 of rebate, so 1.5 minus 9, it will be 6 in credits that we will be getting back. But want to appreciate everybody's hard work. At our next meeting on January 26th, we'll have the second draft of the capital improvement plan and the tree plan. Our new finance director, Nikki, is working hard at that. I want to give a special shout out to the Treasury team, Deputy Treasurer, Deputy Clerk, the whole finance team. Everybody's been incredibly flexible, and we've all been working incredibly long hours to meet the demands of tax season, payroll, AP with all of the changes. So thank you, everybody, for that. David?
The LPC meeting was canceled due to lack of quorum, and the Parks meeting meets tomorrow.
Okay, I'll update you again on Dexter. You got the correspondence between me and Sean Scio that occurred earlier this week. The city of Dexter reviewed their draft development agreement with Baker Land Holdings pertaining to the proposed annexation at their meeting last night. They want to meet with Scio Township representatives, as we had done before, to discuss the proposed annexation and discuss a possible, I think, 425 agreement. But everything is up in the air, that you just want to start out by talking. So I think we should take them up on this, and I think we should talk with them. And so he wanted me to present this in general to our board this evening and let him know at the end of the week. And we would need to appoint a committee. We can put this on our next agenda. We can have a more thorough discussion about it at our next agenda, but at our next meeting. I think we're well advised to at least participate. My major concerns are going to pertain to potential revenue sharing, but also this proposed high-capacity community well that has, as we've heard in the prior report from Dr. Wright, there are implications for all of the drinking water wells in the vicinity, and it's a large area that it would cover. It's the groundwater recharge area. And that may have to be part of our discussion with Dexter, some monitoring, some guarantees if and when drinking water wells run dry in the vicinity, which is very likely, that needs to be planned for. So that's what I would propose in these discussions.
I might suggest on a process step that we would formalize this at a next meeting.
That's fine.
But I do think that John, Kathy, and I did a pretty good job last time. That was like.
You two did.
Well, what about David being on the committee this time?
Sure, I'm open. I just want
Sure.
to say, I'm open to whatever we want. I do think we should do it by resolution.
Absolutely.
Because
Absolutely.
we currently have a resolution in place putting
That's
a
fine.
pause.
I don't mind sliding back in or having David take my spot. I'm fine with that. Is time of
Okay.
the essence, Kathy, such that we should do this
Not
tonight?
yet, but no, we don't have to do it tonight.
Okay.
We can do it in 2 weeks.
Okay.
But I want to say David has been attending all of the meetings that we've had with Dr. Wright about the well, and he has a good understanding of the well.
Great, so we'll formalize something next time. Kathleen?
Yes, Kathy, thank you so much for watching the Dexter meetings. I try to do the same. I will watch this. My question is, do you think it's would be useful for the rest of the board meetings members to watch the Dexter meeting from last night?
They are going to discuss this issue again, and I almost think it would be more useful later. The discussion last night was just a preliminary discussion, and they're going to have a lengthier, more specific discussion at some future time. I don't know when. It was mentioned that Sean Scio and the city manager met with David Lutton and Tom Covert for over 2 hours yesterday, immediately before the Dexter meeting, to try to iron out some issues. So there's a lot yet that is unresolved. They haven't finalized what they want in that development agreement, and they're going to be at it for a while. it's complicated.
Yeah, I attend in person some of those meetings, and I will watch this because
Okay.
I think it's useful for me to see different council members' perspectives.
Okay.
Thank you.
Kathy, would it be inappropriate for us to attend in person?
No, oh, no.
Oh, okay.
We can go in person.
All right, any other updates, Kathy?
No.
Okay, Christy and then Ryan. Christy?
Okay, I just wanted to share for the public, the third phase of the HVAC system will be starting at the end of January, but most importantly, the night meetings for planning, board, and ZBA, if there is a meeting in February, those night meetings will be over at WISD Vogel A. They still will run by remote with Zoom. The live stream, as far as I know, will not be available, but we'll have Zoom, same login, same everything. Definitely, if you want to come in person, we'll have classroom seating, just as we do here. And that will be in the month of February. Now, the hall may be available in less than that time, but I think keeping the meetings consistent for the month, so we don't, and there will be signs on the door here coming very soon, just to remind residents as they're coming into the building. And I spoke with our project manager, and he said that we're getting all kinds of activity, just so the board is aware, all kinds of activity for the food composting bins. I think we might even have 4 bins out there now. And he was surprised too, but they're filling right up, so I just thought I'd share that out.
That's good.
Yeah, that's all I have, thank you.
Ryan?
Thank you. Tax collection's ongoing. We will be rolling out in the summer. Utility billing just did it this last cycle, and this next cycle of bills going out. We have business reply mail envelopes. I think Belisha, our finance assistant, who helped spearhead that and get all the paperwork done. That has greatly sped up the amount of speed to get back payments. So we'll be doing that for tax drive with the summer taxes. We did receive notice from BSNA that Invoice Cloud, our current third-party payment provider, is going to have some sort of distancing. I wouldn't call it a breakup, but they're going to no longer be officially affiliated. Yeah. And so we're going to look at, our options for other payment options coming up in the future. So more on that here probably in a couple months. Thanks.
Thanks, Ryan. All right, next up, Keith Deswan, please. This is our fourth quarter report from our code enforcement officer. Keith has brought consistent and effective code enforcement to the township. So we have a written report, and I'll turn it over to Keith for any overview comments.
Good evening. I do have 2 reports in the packet tonight, one being the fourth quarter and the other being the annual. In review, first I'll go over the fourth quarter, October through December. We documented 102 complaints during the quarter. 62 of those were illegal signage that were posted within the roadway right away. 79 signs were confiscated and destroyed during that period. We had 141 of complaints that were completed and closed. And although the total number of complaints for the fourth quarter slowed considerably, they did remain basically consistent. One exception was regarding sidewalk maintenance. We had early accumulating snowfall in the month of November, and that triggered complaints of snow and ice-covered sidewalks. So we began a productive engagement along Jackson and Zeeb roads, informing the residents and the business properties on what their sidewalk maintenance requirements were. I believe that's been quite effective. We do still have a couple of people out there that need some more reminding the next snow, but we'll take care of that. For the quarter, I issued 7 citations. That's much more than I have in previous quarters, but those were for continued non-compliance on various violations from previous quarters. Basically, I work with the person as much as I possibly can, and when I don't get any kind of progress towards compliance, I'll issue a citation. One of those citations was dismissed rather quickly after a correction from the person who received it. And then finally, for the fourth quarter, we averaged 7.8 days to close complaints. You're going to notice that that number is much more closer to accurate than I had done before in the other reports, and that's due to the change in the confiscated sign retention procedure that I began when I started here. I changed that in September because we no longer have adequate space here at Township Hall to store the signs for 30 days. We just simply don't have the space to do that any longer. The ordinance provides for immediate disposal, and that's what we're doing now. So, any questions on the fourth quarter?
Yes. I have one. With respect to the snow shoveling complaints, do you treat sidewalks, which I regard as a little narrower and concrete, any differently than pathways? Are there pathways or sidewalks that you deal with mostly?
It's simply sidewalks. Not all pathways are maintained.
Okay.
Or owned by an individual, and their maintenance varies.
Okay.
So just simply sidewalks, and I'm particularly focused along the corridors of Jackson and Zeeb.
Okay. And then another question generally, are there complaints that you get for which we don't have an ordinance, or are there quality of life issues or complaints that you're seeing that we might need an ordinance or a change in our current ordinance?
Specifically for the fourth quarter? Or
No, just generally overall from what you've seen in your time since you've been here.
Grass ordinance, I receive lots of complaints of grass and weeds, which we do not have an ordinance that addresses that.
Would that be something under planning's purview, Kathleen?
I think that's general.
General, okay.
Yeah.
Like vegetation?
Right. We do have an ordinance that takes care of vegetation overgrowing sidewalks.
Right.
But as far as property maintenance, no.
Okay.
Ryan has his hand.
Ryan and then David.
All right, thank you. Thank you for the reminder about my sidewalk. We had a lot of fun shoveling it the other day.
I mentioned he enforces things evenly.
Yes,
Yeah.
so thank you. One thought I thought about, obviously, many of the businesses along Jackson Road, you can Google and find contact info. We could probably get you access to BS&A utility billing. That way, for some of the more unoccupied lots and or residential people that do have some of the frontage on some of those roads, you would have another point of contact, because we generally have good phone numbers in those databases. So we'll work on that here, hopefully later this week. I'll see if we can do that. I do agree, we've talked about in the past, obnoxious weeds or a grass ordinance. I know you've said we should do it soon, so that way by the time it's April or May, you have something you can enforce. So.
Is that something we want to ask our township attorney to work on, or?
Yeah, I think that'd be great.
I don't know.
I think Laura Krebs had shared an example with us in the past.
I think we're actually looking at an update to blight in general that would include.
Oh,
Okay.
awesome. Thank you.
Do you routinely respond to folks who submit a ordinance or a blight or issue to you? Do you respond to them to keep them updated on the
Yes.
progress?
Yes.
Okay. If I have a question about something I've submitted, I can just send you an email?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
So typically what I'll do is if there is an update, I will give it to you, or I'll try to keep you in the loop as the complaint progresses. Some take longer, as I'm sure you know, as other will be quicker, some take longer, so I do try to keep everybody informed of the progress on them.
Yep. Just one comment. I really appreciate you taking the executive decision to not hold these signs Yeah, you've got good reporting, and that gives a better picture, and I appreciate all that, you recognizing that, so good job.
We simply cannot hold them any longer. I had and you'll hear in the next report for the annual, how many that I have confiscated. We just don't have the room, and out of those, there was only a handful that I actually ended up returning with them coming to the township hall, so. For 2025 in review, we received 570 complaints, and I was able to close 551 of them. 19 remained open at the first of the year. The average days to close before I took the hold was 27.4, and then taking away that 30-day hold period, it went down to 7.6. So actually better than Q4. Total for the year, 14 citations were issued. We had 440 signage complaints, and out of that, I confiscated 678 illegally posted signs in the right-of-way, and that's just for Scio Township. If you can imagine, you go into Lima, you go into Lodi, you go into Pittsfield, there's probably more that are out there. The longest open that I received was the one that I started with in January 8th. It was my #1 complaint that I entered. That's still open. That did result in a citation. And all of the citations that I issued, we had, they resulted in 6 court appearances, and more are coming. So some highlights for the year. Basically, I implemented a new tracking and reporting system that improved the efficiency and recording of the complaints. After reviewing the prior code complaints, I pursued the feedback from the public and the board officials here regarding the concerns for the community. I focused the enforcement efforts based upon safety and quality of life violations. So I'm trying to narrowly focus efforts on things that matter the most. And then I instituted proactive and informative communications with both Scio residents and surrounding areas. I'm doing that with communications with boards, other members of neighboring communities, and emails. So improving the communication. Is there any questions on 2025?
I just have a comment that I think it's impressive how the supermajority have been closed and how quickly they're closed, and I know that problems are being resolved, and it's in large part due to your skill and partnership with Mariah when needed, when you have to have those additional interactions. But I just really appreciate it. I feel like, first Sean and then you, we finally have a robust, functioning code enforcement program in Scio, so thank you. Any other comments for Keith?
Thank you, Keith.
Yeah, thank you so much, Keith.
Have a good night.
Thank you, Keith.
All right. All right, next up, new business 02, ordinance amendment 25010, Piper Ridge conditional rezoning. Laura Krebs. Is she on as a panelist, please? And is the applicant here? Would you please come to the table? Thank you so much. Laura, would you please introduce this item?
Sorry, you're waiting for me. I was
Yep.
joining
Yeah.
as a panelist, so I did not hear the
Oh,
introduction.
hi, Laura. Would you please introduce the item?
Sure, sorry about that. Good evening, everyone. I'm Laura Krebs, Carlisle Wortman Associates Township Planning Consultant. Before you tonight, you have for consideration a conditional rezoning from PUD to MR3 for the Piper Ridge development. This development is proposed at the former Parkland Plaza Senior Living Site along Parkland Plaza Drive, just north of Scio residential development. The site consists of approximately 7 to 8 acres and was previously a PUD for a 95-unit age-restricted senior facility in a single structure. This is the second time this conditional rezoning has come before you. After the initial submittal and the proposal went back and they revised it to modify to reduce the number of units to 54 from 67. They also reduced the number of buildings from 13 to 11 in this latest proposal, providing additional open space area, and the applicant can speak to that when I'm through. I want to remind everyone that a conditional rezoning is based on voluntary conditions offered by the applicant. So the applicant has provided 6 conditions. They are the same conditions that were previously considered the previous time this project came before you. The only modifications were the number of units, which of course has decreased to 54 from 67. I'm happy to answer any questions on my report or as discussion takes place.
Thank you so much, Laura. And would each of you please introduce yourselves?
Yes, good evening, the trustees. My name is Brad Botham on behalf of MI Homes.
And my name is David Straub on behalf of MI Homes.
Great. Thank you both for being here. I'd like to, in the interest of time, first just open it up for questions from the board.
Excuse me.
Kathy?
I don't have any questions.
Okay. All right. Is there what other information any questions for the planner or for the applicant? Or would the board just like to start deliberating?
I'm pretty well versed in this one.
Yeah,
so
I know. We've heard it before, and so yeah. And Laura, what is the recommendation here?
So the Planning Commission did recommend approval by a 5-to-1 vote. So they have recommended approval of this conditional rezoning. Of course, this is the first step. Then we would go back and do a site plan review. Both the Planning Commission and the board would have a chance to comment and review the site plan as it comes back before you in a more detailed technical capacity.
Okay. Great.
I have a question for our planner, and I apologize if I overlooked it. REU allocation?
It should be an OHM's report. Usually it's 1 per unit, so that would be 54.
Okay.
My guess.
And it's noted in the minutes that this is half of the previously approved PUD as far as REU, so it's using much less.
Okay, thank you.
I guess really the only concern I have with this, which I guess is my question to our township attorney, although it's probably more of a management decision, says that they shall dedicate the gravel parking lot to the township after completion of construction. Not that I envision a gravel parking lot has a lot of maintenance. I mean, do you foresee any, I don't think there's a legal issue. I think it's more of a management issue, but okay, never mind.
That's a good point.
Yeah. But I do appreciate looking at this, overall, the plan's been shrunk down. There's more trees preserved. There's more open space. I'd be in favor of it. I mean, there's questions about Eagle and Wells. As Eagles indicated in their review, we have to, the applicant has to submit a site plan. If it fails Eagle, that's out of our hands.
I did still have a comment.
Yeah, other comments, questions. Kathy?
Okay, so I do have concerns about the existing dioxin monitoring wells that are on the site. And one of them in particular is documenting high levels of dioxin above the drinking water standard. So I understand that Eagle will make the ultimate decision regarding relocating the well or capping the other, or capping the other wells. But I still am concerned about this issue. And I also am concerned about the trees that were cut down. I don't think we have resolution on that issue yet. And Mariah, where does that issue stand right now?
The issue with the trees?
Trees, yeah.
Laura can actually speak to that. She's been the one corresponding.
Okay.
So a letter has been provided to the current owner of the property, who is also the previous developer, regarding the amount of money that was noted in the development agreement for the removal of trees. So we are currently waiting for their response. But that is a separate issue, unrelated to this this new development. That will be handled under the previous development agreement.
Could just add something real quick to that?
Please.
So independent of Laura's efforts with the current landowner, I've been in communications with that landowner on this specific issue. And he's made it clear to me that, and I'm sort of aligned with Laura, that no site development will commence. If we own the property, no site development will commence on that property until that tree fund donation has been made. And the seller has committed to that, to me personally as well. So maybe there's a way we can, if need be, document it in a new development agreement, but that issue, for all intents and purposes, will be resolved.
Okay.
Great, thank you.
I still would like to see lower density than what is on the property, what you're proposing. And I preferred the previous land use plan, which had been granted PUD zoning for a specific type of project. It was a different kind of project, I understand. So those are my concerns right now.
Anybody who hasn't spoken yet have a comment or question? Okay, David first and then Kathleen.
Yeah, I do not support this project as presented. We're asking you to approve it based in part on the conditions that have been offered. And one of the conditions, I heard Ryan talking about, one of the conditions is this parking lot that, was it 5 or 6 gravel spaces. But we're being asked to maintain it on private property. And to me, this is not a community benefit, it's more of a township liability. So I don't think that's appropriate. I also don't see any recreation facilities for families, no picnic tables or gazebos on the open space. So there's really nothing. You have 54 homes, and presumably there'll be at least 1 or 2 children, or 1 or 2 families. And so I think we probably need to provide for that. Not a real fan of the landscape plan. You're killing, the 440 trees you're killing, I note several dozen of them are oaks. I lost count at 50. And I see you're replacing as part of your landscape plan, you're adding or installing 15 bur oaks on the property. And I started counting the first 15 oaks on the tree list, and it was, I think it was a total of 144 inches of DBH, and the 15 trees you're going to replace are actually only 37.5 DBH, so I think that is unacceptable to me. Trees are important. We have a goal, I think 2030, to be carbon neutral, and trees are an important part of that plan, and I think they need to be recognized for their contribution to global warming, not just an inconvenience to be removed. The previous plan was, I think it was 95 apartments or residences. This particular plan is, I think, 54, but it's 54 spread out across the whole property. And the 95 were in a single vertical column. So along with Kathy, I'm not a real fan of the density. I don't mind the number of apartments or homes, but I would hope that you could maybe make 3 or 4 story buildings as opposed to what you have now, and add the same number of apartments but less buildings. And also, I don't think those, I'm hoping Eagle doesn't allow you to abandon, or doesn't abandon those wells, because I think they're critical, seeing as where you're located. So, but thank you.
Thank you, David. Kathleen?
Yeah, you know, I'm on the planning commission. I've researched this extensively. I went back I pulled the records from the previously approved PUD. I'm not a fan of taking a property that is confined by PUD requirements to change that property to by right development. That PUD was negotiated in good faith. Also, I have repeatedly talked about the trees that were taken down prematurely. They clear-cut the center of that, never informed the township, never tried to pay for what they owed. And, you know, thank you for saying you're going to take care of that, but I would expect, we've communicated, it's been like 2 months, I would expect something from the owner in good faith to say, oh yeah, we're going to take care of that. Now, back to the trees, and this is completely in line with what Trustee Reed is saying, is as a township, we cannot continue to cut down mature forest and expect that everything's going to be fine in the long run. So my calculations on this, the first plan, there was roughly 1,200 trees. The first plan took out, I don't know, something like 600 or 700. And now this plan takes out even more. The final analysis is that 8-acre parcel of mature forest will have 78% of the trees taken out. That's huge. So I'm not inclined to say, well, you've got a PUD that runs with the property that I believe could be a viable development, to then say, oh, well, yeah, we're not going to honor what the previous board did, and we're going to give you by right to take down even more trees. I'm not a fan. I'm not in support. I didn't support it at the Planning Commission, and I would continue that.
John, did you have any comments?
I'm going to be supporting this. Scio needs more housing. This is multifamily residential. It's dense. It's located right along the Jackson corridor. It's located in our water and sewer district. I know that the gentleman at the table, it's not their firms that cut down the trees, but they're kind of walked into a situation where trees had been cut, and they're pledged to try to do something to make that right. I think that this board needs to be careful about using trees as a basis for voting down something, given the Canton Township, and I would hope that before we rely on what you're gonna do with the trees that they own, that we at least seek counsel from our township attorney regarding to what extent can we use that as a basis for denying a project. At this juncture, I intend to support it.
Thank you, John.
So regarding the trees, I don't think this is based on denial based on cutting down more trees. This is based on an existing PUD that confined the development to a certain area on the property. So I don't think that the situation in Canton actually applies here. If we express a preference to maintain mature forest for an existing plan, I don't think we have any liability for that whatsoever. We'll stick with the existing footprint, and I believe a developer could make this a viable project.
Okay. I'll just comment. I agree, we need more housing. We already voted for more housing. We voted for 95 units of housing on this site, and we already negotiated the PUD. And for that reason, I'm not supportive of moving away from the PUD. Just like the Quality 16 hard negotiated PUD, Crossroads hard negotiated PUD with give and take by the township and the developer. And so that's why, you know, I want to see these PUDs through, and would hope that the developer could come back with something. On a process note, the basis for the resolution of approval or denial is not specific at this juncture. The model motion suggested by our planner is just a motion to direct the staff to draft a resolution of approval or denial. I think that regardless of how the board votes tonight, the planner and attorney would work together to come up with a resolution with a rationale that the board would then vote on at a subsequent meeting.
I think there's been enough discussed tonight to give them that basis for coming up with a resolution. I mean, we've all expressed very specific concerns or reasons for supporting it.
Is there further discussion, or would somebody like to offer a motion?
I can offer the motion. I would move that I would like to direct staff to draft a resolution of denial for agenda item O.2, number OA25010, Piper Ridge, conditional rezoning.
Is there support?
Support.
Motion by Knoll, support by Brandt. Discussion on the motion?
Yeah, does council need us to put some of the reasons on the record, or she'll just glean from the discussion and fill it in? You need to say based on, it's not the PUD, it's not the density we want, because the impact of the environment, or do you need factors, or can you glean from our deliberations what you need?
We've given some of them here tonight.
No, I know, I'm good.
Yeah, it was a question for Mariah.
Yeah.
Those are the notes that I've made. Laura, do you feel comfortable with your notes that we can work together?
Yeah, yes, I do.
Yeah.
Okay, I'd like to call the question. I'd suggest a roll call vote per our rules of order. Tonight, we're starting with Yeaple.
No.
Flintoft? Yes. Brandt?
Yes.
Knoll?
Yes.
Reed?
Yes.
Riser?
No.
Motion passes 4-2. Thank you so much for being here tonight. Next up, the order we have is a discussion item, the overview of the attorney memo and packet circulated January 2nd regarding assessing, and it will be followed by 05 and then 04. That is the order as on our amended agenda. I'm sorry.
You skipped over.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Yeah,
No.
I was gonna say the liquor license.
No, I'm sorry, my eyes just jumped. That was a total mistake.
That's all right.
Cancel clear. All right, next up is 03, liquor licenses, DKY Sushi and Hometown Pizza, Under Par, Ann Arbor. Laura, would you please introduce this item, and I would invite either or both of the applicants, if they're here, to come forward to the table. Laura?
Sure. So there's a general law ordinance that provides some information that is required for applicants to supply to the township board in order to move forward to the state to get their liquor license, part of the local control. And so that's in chapter 4 of the township's codified ordinances, and it's a rather lengthy list. And in working with the clerk's office in the last year, Jessica has asked me to help assist to ensure that the applications that come in are complete. And so I have received 2 applications that came in fairly about the same time, within a week of each other. One is for the existing sushi restaurant located at 283 South Zeeb, Suite H. The other is at Hometown Pizza at 5060 Jackson, Suite G. I reviewed both applications and actually worked with the applicants to provide additional information, and have found both of their applications complete. It's my understanding that the township currently only has 1 quota license available. So we thought it would only be fair to provide both applications before the board for consideration for that 1 license that's left. I'm happy to answer any questions. I'm not sure that I can, but because I just reviewed these for completeness, but I'll do my best.
Thank you. And I'd like to ask the applicants that are present in person and on Zoom to please say your name and role, please. Hi.
Hi, Alex Wilno for Hometown Pizza in
Hi,
Hunter Park.
Hunter Comstock, Hometown Pizza, Hunter Park.
Great. Alex and Hunter. And online?
If you could ask.
Is anybody on Zoom here for DKY Sushi? I know you mentioned you may be. I think they had emailed Fran.
You could raise your Zoom hand. I don't see anyone with a raise.
Okay. And Mariah, to confirm process here, Laura and Mariah, my understanding is that there would have to be a public hearing after this. So is it correct, Laura and Mariah, that the step being asked here is to direct staff to draft a resolution of approval or denial for one of these? Is that correct?
I believe that's correct. I think this is Laura's agenda item, but yes, the public hearing can either be at the township level or at the State Liquor Control Commission.
Okay.
And generally, we have asked them to handle the public hearings.
Okay, all right.
A few times that we do this.
Yeah, it is so rare, but yeah, that would make sense to leave it to the state unless there's a counter recommendation. So I would just ask any members, do you have questions or comments? Who would like to start? John?
I do. In looking at both these applications, one of the questions I'm concerned about is how to best get the liquor license used into the community. And that is, how much seating do you have? How many hours are you gonna be open? Is it just gonna be for golfers? Is it gonna be for members of the public? How much use is this liquor license gonna get in our community? So I'll ask you folks, tell me a little bit about what you wanna do and who's gonna eat there and how many people are gonna, where you're gonna see.
Yeah, I believe in our plan, we do have the hours of operation on there. It's
You
roughly.
do.
Okay, it's roughly until 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, yep.
I want it on the record.
What's that?
I want it on the record, but go ahead.
Do you have that?
Yeah, 9 to 10 during the week, and then potentially till 11 during the weekend.
Okay.
We're open to 9 every day.
All right.
The pizza shop, which is connected.
And how about, no, are you gonna have a beer, wine, and liquor?
We're gonna probably end up just utilizing the beer and
So
wine.
you go one for a tavern license?
Yes, the application that we submitted does say Class C on it, but our attorney recommended we just apply for the Class C, but we intend on just doing beer and wine.
Okay, and how many people are you gonna sit and serve?
Each bay can hold up to 12 people, so 36 people in the golf simulator area, and we have 12 seats in the pizza area.
48?
So 48, yes. I believe the exact number is on the site plan capacity.
Who's gonna use this? Is it gonna be people coming there for pizza or people coming there to golf and then they eat some pizza?
The liquor license is mainly for the golf. not for the pizza shop. The golf is gonna be in the back of the pizza shop, so it's for them specifically. Because
And
of,
you're gonna have dine-in pizza?
yes, we currently do.
We do.
Okay.
12 seats.
That's where the 12 is at up front. So there would be kind of a little bit of a mix there if you are waiting to get in for your reservation.
Okay,
Or booking, I guess I should say.
thanks.
Any other comments or questions? Kathleen?
Yeah, just for the record, I'm not sick, folks. I'm protecting myself with a mask. I'm not sick. I remember this coming before the DDA, and I distinctly remember, and I think that was pre-golf simulator, is that correct?
Yeah, we applied, or we initially reached out about the DDA license over 2 years ago. And that's when we were told about the zoning issue, which we held off for a little bit to start the pizza shop. And then we started back up in June on the zoning issue, which also was passed through earlier.
So as I recall, at the time, you stated that your pizza business was predominantly takeout.
Yeah.
It is, but without the golf simulators there, without that aspect of it, we have the 12 seats up front. But the entire plan of that site was for the golf simulators as well in the back, which is what allows for the additional 36 sit-down or seating areas.
You came before the DDA, did you indicate you were doing the golf simulator? I don't
Yes,
recall that.
yes.
Yes.
The golf simulators have always been part of our plan. That's why we bought the space. That's always been part of our business.
I recall it
Okay.
at the time.
Okay.
Just because of the zoning stuff, we could get pizza open earlier and then address, we had to get it on to be a conditional use first and then to get it approved for our area. So that's, kind of what's led to the 2 years-ish, give or take, so.
I'm a little bit concerned that we don't have the other applicant here to be able to speak for this.
They had contacted us and said they may try to attend with a translator.
That's correct. I did email them later this afternoon, introducing myself. I know Laura was, they were aware of it. I emailed and said, hey, can you please just let me know who may be attending remotely if they're gonna attend, so I can keep my eyes out for that name. And I didn't hear back, which no fault of theirs. There probably wasn't a lot of a window there for them to get my email and respond, but I haven't been deeply involved in this, so I don't know who.
So you just stated something that I think is significant, that their attendance, they would have liked a translator. That puts them at a disadvantage, which I don't think we should, I think we should take into consideration that is the disadvantage, a condition of those people, and certainly we should give them a fair shot and explain what their intentions are.
Yeah.
So I might
I'm sorry, go ahead.
suggest we, if they're not able to attend, then we don't make a decision.
I would share that the other applicant, I had been asked by our planning coordinator earlier this week if they could attend. She asked me, she had received a phone call from the other applicant asking if they could attend with a translator. I said, absolutely. It's a public meeting. You're welcome to bring anybody or nobody at all. So I guess I would actually motion to table this until our next meeting. One, hopefully Supervisor Carey could be here and participate as well. But we could also make, a concerted effort to reach the other applicant. I'm sorry, I want to be fair to both of you, to hear out both people, in the hopes of making a decision with all the information.
Yeah, I thought they were going to be here on Zoom, was the last understanding, but,
Do we have an account with Language Line, or just a translation
I-
service?
we don't have an account with them, but we don't have a standing account, but we certainly,
might be a possibility.
Yeah,
Sure.
absolutely,
Absolutely.
because certainly, somebody does not have to bring their own translator. If anybody wanted to request that, they could request that of the township, and we would arrange that. So, yeah.
I'm at that point, unless, I defer to my colleagues if they'd like to have more discussion.
I'm fine with tabling it too. I'm fine. I just want to say, my general comments are that I have concern about potential future developments, plans that might include larger scale restaurants. And we have some lots that are currently out there where a restaurant could go. So everything isn't built out yet. And if we had a larger restaurant, the potential alcohol license could service more people. More people would get the use out of it. So I know that's abstract, but I do have that concern. I would prefer to see it go to a larger venue than either of these.
David?
Do you know the calculation the state uses to assign liquor licenses? Is it based on population?
Yes.
Quota.
Quota license.
There used to be a DDA or a development, but we don't have the DDA, so we lost the ability to meet our DDA license. So it's gonna have to be quota based.
And what does that mean?
That we have a certain allotment, and you can go to the state of Michigan and see what Scio has and what they're waiting for. These guys can probably, who's your counsel?
Yeah, we've got one.
Yeah, right. So, yeah.
But there are other ways that an applicant can get a liquor license
Yeah, this
besides
isn't
the
the
local
typical way.
jurisdiction. There are other options out there.
If there's one available, you have to do that one first.
Mm-hmm.
That's why there wasn't one available, so we were gonna go through the DDA.
Okay.
But if there is one available and there's a DDA, you have to do the quota before the DDA.
Okay. You know, we aren't given any specific guidelines for evaluating these, so each individual might perceive this differently in the application.
You mean on the 7 of us?
Yes, I do. But I'm fine with tabling it.
So am I.
Well, I would make a motion then to table to January 26th, provided, would you two be available?
I was gonna ask if there was any further questions you guys had, not, just because, I mean, we
Yeah.
didn't wait for 3 hours for this specifically.
Exactly.
Yeah, and
I'm completely good with the
Exactly,
other
no.
applicant being here as well.
Is it January
And it's
27th?
27th, January
Yeah.
So I just-
27th.
Yeah, I didn't know if there's any
Yeah.
further questions
I
that
would,
way.
I would say, you know, does the board have any other questions that aren't answered in the packet already?
Do you have any plans to build up the restaurant? Is there any, I guess, I join Trustee Knoll in the desire to get as much bang for the buck in this liquor license, whether it's a tavern, beer and wine, or a Class C, which has spirits, out into the community use. So I'm not saying I want to get as many people drinking as possible.
Right.
I'm just saying, I want whatever firm to maximize its usage.
Which is fair, yeah, I mean, the lounge.
Yeah, I think, obviously, we're not open yet. I think you guys might underestimate the popularity of the simulators once we open. And it will be pretty big for Scio Township.
Considering you have
Based on-
two competitors in the area, I
Yeah.
think you'll do quite well.
Based on just what we've heard from everyone and how excited everybody is.
Yeah.
There's, somebody comes in every day asking when we're gonna open. So
Yeah.
I think it's gonna be a lot bigger.
And the one that I currently have in Adrian, which I do have a liquor license there already, so I have experience with it. We draw people from not only in community does it fill, we get people from south of Toledo up to this area, which is a 45-minute, 60-minute drive.
Do you have another one of these?
Yes.
Adrian, Michigan.
Adrian, Michigan.
Can you, excuse my ignorance, I'm not a golfer.
Yep.
I'm not a golf simulator. But you have 3 bays, each one can have 12, you said, 12
Yes.
folks
Yep.
attending? So it'll be, maybe not always 12, maybe you have 6 or 8 or 10, but whatever. Now, I am familiar with bowling, and when you bowl, you can buy a beer, you sit your beer down, you bowl, you then sit down and drink your beer. How does that relate to this? Is one person going to be doing the golfing, or you're all 12 going to swing at once? I mean, how does it work?
Very similar to bowling, where you're basically taking turns in between. So, the other people that are with you in the bay, they're either sitting at one of the high chairs or whatever it might be in that bay. And obviously, when it's your turn, you just rotate in and out. So very similar to bowling.
Okay, so it'll basically be one person at a time.
Swinging a club, yeah,
Okay,
at a time, yeah.
Getting ridiculed by the rest of them.
Correct.
Right, of course.
Yes.
But, yeah, all right, so, okay, thank you.
Yep.
So I do have one question clarifying then, and thank you, David, for saying 3 bays. So what's the total number of patrons you could have?
For the,
Golf area?
Both, because you're saying it's for both.
yeah, 48, then 36 in the simulators, kind of 12 per bay or alley, I guess would be a better reference, and then 12 in the pizza area.
Right.
So 48 in total.
Okay, is there a motion to table until January 27th?
I move to postpone until January 27th.
Okay. Motion by Riser, support by Reed. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Laura and Christy, could we please ask that you two work together to make sure that the translator is available? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I had it right here.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Was we want to take a couple-minute break before we take on the next item?
Yeah,
I don't want to.
I would-
Offer it up for
you
everyone.
can make a motion if you want.
Okay, make a motion to take a 5-minute break.
I would support. We will reconvene really in 4 minutes, guys, 9:15.
Fast.
I'd like to call the Board of Trustees back to order at 9:18 PM, please. Again, next up, we're going to have an overview of the attorney memo and packet circulated regarding a chance for the board to really get up to speed on the assessing issues. And that'll be followed then by 05 and 04. I want to direct people to a couple things in the packet. And it was placed as in the attachments to 05. And if you look at the, I think it's the 4th attachment forward, but it's what the board has seen. And I will just thank Mariah Fink. She sent the board a memo, which is in the public packet, along with a bunch of attachments on January 2nd to try to kind of summarize the issue and start to bring the board up to speed on what happened. And I've certainly, this came to my attention when we were opening the mail. There was a letter dated December 2nd from the state, and there was a CC that goes to the local clerk, as some of these letters do. We received it around December 8th or something, and I remember Ryan handed it to me, and I was like, yeah, that's got to be a typo. And the next day, I checked in with Jillian, had a brief conversation in her office. I very quickly found out it was not a typo. In fact, that the state had assigned a new assessor of record for Scio Township. So that was the first notice that I got. Jillian quickly shared a bunch of background that there had been hearings and appeals and a whole bunch of process. I said, the board needs to know about this. This is a major function, we got to get people up to speed. And I called Mariah. I said, you know, do you know about this? And she said, no, I don't know about this. So certainly Becky and Andrea have been great. They immediately pulled me and Ryan and Jillian to kind of bring us up to speed. But as I've shared with each of them privately and, you know, publicly, my biggest question, and I don't know all the questions other board members have, is really my concerns around one of process. That something went so far and our staff got reassigned all for the core function of the township without the board or our attorney being knowledgeable. So I just wanted to suggest a way for us to go through the conversation is that we might just take it chronologically, and then board members can jump in with questions or comments for whoever you have. How does that sound?
It's okay. Can I
Okay.
sit so I can answer the questions?
Yeah,
Just
sure, absolutely.
since I.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Can I just clarify one thing?
yeah,
Sorry.
please.
And Andrew will probably talk about this a little bit too, like, the language that the State Tax Commission uses is very precise. And we, as
Right.
not State Tax Commission people, kind of sometimes are changing. So you said that the state assigned a new assessor of
Oh,
record. Would-
that's not correct. You're right.
That's not correct. The township filed a 4689.
Yep.
Saying that we had an assessor who was qualified. The state accepted that
Right.
assignment.
Right. So let's start from the top. And Mariah, maybe you can take us back to April of 2024, when you know we knew that we were scheduled for an audit.
I think it was probably before April of 2024. So the law changed in 2018. And the law is actually talks about assessment audit reform. And every taxing jurisdiction in the state of Michigan had to be audited under this new PA 660 of 2018. And they did it by county. So I think it was before 2024 that we knew that Washtenaw County was going to be audited.
2022.
Yeah, and here's the memo from 2022. Right.
Yep. And there's a timeline in here, which I think you prepared, Andrea, if people want to, or yeah.
Yep.
And then, you know, they subbed out in May to Reason Consulting, sent a letter to local units, and I remember the board was generally aware this was going on, and it sounds like Andrea is our assessor, and then Supervisor Hathaway were working on this and keeping our then manager, Joyce Parker, informed about the audit, and that a corrective action plan had been filed in July 2024 to the STC. I don't believe that the board received a copy of it. I'm not saying we had to or should have, but we were aware that that corrective action plan was filed, the board at that time.
Right, because when Andrea did her presentation to the board in August, she informed the board that there had been these items of deficiency and what the corrective action plan was. And I believe that your report said that it would be reviewed again.
Yeah, it's reviewed after a March board review, so.
Right. And so that in July it was accepted, and in August of 2024, Andrea reported it had been accepted, but that there would be, you know, further review. So then that is when May of 2025, there's a letter. I was CC'd on that letter as local clerk and received a copy. I know there's copies in here stating that the additional data would be sought. And I knew that the supervisor, then Supervisor Carey, and our assessor, Andrew Garrett, were working on it. I did not share that letter with the board because it was just kind of a FYI letter. about the process that was being carried out. Okay, and then for me, the questions start kind of in the summer of 2025 about the next steps there. So August 5th, 2025, there was a letter from the STC regarding a second notification of noncompliance and a right to appeal by written petition. A copy of that letter is in here. I will say for me, that letter is the first time where it lays out very clearly what the potential is if we're non-compliant. That there would be an appeal. There may need to go before a body, that we could need to have a different assessor of record. And that letter and that information was not shared with the board. I think it was a missed opportunity especially for our attorney. I believe that if any of our staff, whether it's our utility director with his license to operate water, anybody else, I want to make sure that our staff have the full resources of the township behind them if they are going to be representing the township and also protecting their license, designation, certification, whatever the case may be. And that's part of what I think's so important here is I don't want any arm. It was a little stunning that our attorney didn't know, and to be able to provide as the best possible support that we could have for the township. I'll open it up for other comments.
So I have a question here, Andrea. Why didn't you communicate this to the board?
Kathy, how Jessica used the word stunned, I was more than stunned. I was mortified. I was personally and professionally embarrassed that I got this. I mean, I used every four-letter word in the book. Yeah, okay, and then just, okay, yeah, I'm older, I'm an adult, yeah, I get it. But you know, when I'm stressed, I cry.
I know.
And I said, okay, you know, at first when I got this, I was done with assessing. I said, I'm not doing this crap anymore, I ain't dealing with it. And then Becky said, no, calm down. Let's see what it says, let's see what we gotta do. You know, and then we're looking at it and I said, okay, yeah, we gotta tell our supervisor, let's go tell our supervisor. So we told Jillian, and I was so embarrassed because getting back to knowing how the board works, knowing how the public can be, I was like, I don't want to involve anybody. I said, Jillian, please do not involve anybody until I can figure out what the heck I'm doing, what's going on. So I'm the one who asked her, please don't say nothing. So once we figured, I said, okay, we can do this, let's file a petition, an appeal. So we went ahead and did that. And then the subsequent appeal letters are there. They didn't have a meeting in September, so that's why it took until October to do the appeal. During the course of the meeting, I don't know if anybody, these things are recorded like ours are. And there's a state tax submission comprises 3 members. One of the board members was not there. They have 2 of them who are, one's an attorney, one's an accountant, I think, and the other one's an assessor person by trade. One of the lay people weren't there. The assessor lady says, no ifs, ands, or buts, nope, we're not changing this. And the one guy, after he heard my argument, he's going, why are we even here? It makes no sense. If she can get 35 other ECF neighborhoods correct, but she made a mistake on one, you mean we have no leeway to do anything? And the one lady's going, nope. He said, well, let's table this until November. And we fast forward till November. And then they just said, nope, we won't change it. It's purely black and white. We did talk to David Raleigh, like you said. I talked to Will Gass, he's the director of education at the state. He said, yes, this is, I don't want to use the word stupid or It is how it is. We just gotta live with it. I'm like, okay. So after a while, I've calmed down. I've worked it through my brain, and then basically the cat got out of the bag, and here we are today. I've talked to Jessica, I've talked to Mariah, I've talked to Ryan, and it's like, okay. So, yeah, involve the attorney when something of this magnitude happens. I read Mariah's memo, some type of policy, I agree with when an issue comes up, like Jessica's saying about involves licenses, boards, things, no problem. Becky and I have been working for 2 days trying to get this ECF for ag done, and we got it done this afternoon. We're having other senior assessors that we've known for years helping us, saying, is the formula right? Is it? And they're all going, yep, because it's basically formulas, fat fingering formulas and stuff. It's not coming
Well,
out.
it's basically also that we have no sales.
Yeah, when
at
you
all
have no
in
ag sales here,
No, we have to go.
you have to,
completely
go
up.
countywide. So, I mean, yeah, I'm taking blame for not coming to the board, because, I don't want to blame others, but the environment that I was trained or worked under, you just kind of did it, fixed it, moved on. Okay?
What about the fact that you didn't involve Mariah before you went to a state hearing, the state administrative hearing?
I do state, small claims hearings on my own. I mean, tax tribunal ones we do, the big ones, but it just never crossed my mind to, I mean, at first when I became an assessor, I wasn't aware I had to have the attorney review our poverty exemptions. Until somebody mentioned it to me. I was like, okay. I mean, when I was asked to be the assessor, I never had the opportunity to sit with somebody for a week, 2 weeks, a month, 2 months, to say, okay, you gotta do this, you gotta do this, you gotta do this. It was basically trial by fire on a lot of stuff.
So if I can just, sorry.
Sure, go ahead.
Yep. Just to move this specific item along, because I think you're gonna talk to Andrea more about that later. With the help of Aurora, we are working on a change to the handbook policy that would talk about if an employee has a certification or a license and is contacted by the entity, in this case State Tax Commission, that has some control over that, they would let their supervisor know. The supervisor would then let the board know and the township attorney know.
Or at least the township attorney.
Yeah.
I mean, there's got to be some minimum, I mean, and this isn't just about you, this is about, and I've said this to the supervisor as well. I said, when you requested to not, to not say anything, and then Jillian didn't bring it to the attorney or the board or anybody who could have helped you all, I said to her, you should have said no. I mean, this wasn't a one-day thing. This went on for months, from August to December. There was a letter from November that I was CC'd on that I did not receive. And I let the board know that just because I would have walked into Jillian's office in November instead of in December when this came to our attention, where the letter said, your assessor of record is Becky Biacco. And I'm like, no, that's a typo. It's Andrea. Andrea's our assessor. So there's a few different issues, but it reminded me of old Scio, which is, you kind of said it in a different way, and I'm not saying, but I'm saying, like, when we have things like a financial audit, we have a corrective action plan and specific things and a board hearing about it so that we can sit down and improve. And I don't fault anybody for making mistakes at all. I just want mistakes to be addressed and for us to get all of the professionals we need to properly address them, especially when we're representing the township in Lansing. David?
Real quick, Andrea, can you define two terms for us, please?
Yeah.
What does it mean that you are no longer the assessor of record?
That means I cannot, basically it's signing 2 pieces of paper and uploading the database to the county.
So
Called the roll?
Huh?
Is it called the roll?
The roll is the database because we don't print it anymore.
Right.
So it's it's basically the database is now the roll.
So you,
It's, how do you describe it? I'm still I'm not saying, it's preparation, overseeing preparation, that I've oversaw the preparation of the roll and said, yeah, everything looks good.
As the ultimate responsibility.
Ultimate responsibility,
Is the
yeah.
assessor
Basically, the buck stops here, sort of.
Exactly.
Yeah.
so currently Becky has the ultimate responsibility, even though, and I'm not trying to minimize what Becky's doing, but even though you're doing the work, she takes the hit if it's.
We
Right.
both do the work.
Well, you both do the work,
Yeah,
yeah.
it-
Okay, I'm, like I said, I'm not trying to minimize what Becky
Right.
does. But,
Right, it would be, if you want to call it, basically her butt on the line.
so everything stays the
Right.
same except she's signing the paperwork instead of you.
Correct.
Okay. Can you then define, and this is a term that David Rowley used, seize the role?
Okay, what happens is, due to this second non-compliance, you have 3 options. One is to assign another assessor of record. You could have the county designated assessor, which Washtenaw County, we've opted out of it. Washtenaw County does not have one. Or the state tax commission seizes the role. We thought, hey, we got another level 3 assessor right here. Becky, according to the state guidelines, because every year they send out this update to make sure, like, yeah, a level 3 assessor is qualified to sign this jurisdiction's role. So we had another one in the office, and Becky said, yeah, I will do that. I will show her, okay, here's this report. This is what this report does. So she will know what she's signing. I'll say, this is what this report does. So she will know what she's signing. And I'll say, okay, now we're gonna send the roll to the county. This is. Well, I know how to. Yeah, so she'll know what, she'll be aware of what is,
So David, the statutory term is actually assume the role. The state would assume the role.
Okay.
And when I spoke with Jane Walsh at the State Tax Commission, she said that if the state assumes the role, the assessor of record for the local jurisdiction stays the same, but the state is overseeing that person. So that person is now essentially answering to the
It's
state.
really bad. It really looks bad to
And,
have that happen.
So the state makes sure that the role is done properly, and there are costs that the township then would pay to the state for that service. That option is no longer available in this scenario, but it would be something that potentially would come up if there was a third deficiency. And I know Andrew's making this face. Jane Walsh also assured me several times that she is very confident that the Scio Township staff will not have a third deficiency.
Okay.
She is very confident, so.
That's good to hear.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jane.
She told me several times.
But I think I just need to be confident, well, I'm confident as well, but what happens on the third, with the third failure? Failure, do we call it, or non-compliance?
Yeah, a third non-compliance. So Jane told me that hasn't happened yet, which might be why she's so confident that we'll get it figured out too. But that the statute implies that a designated assessor would be required, and the state would say who that is. And I think that that's what David Rowley maybe talked to you guys about, that if there's a third finding of noncompliance, then we would end up with a designated assessor. The county, Washtenaw doesn't have one anymore, but the state has people that they can, I think they recommend. The township then enters into a contract with the designated assessor. That's a 5-year process. And costs to be paid for that by the township. There is, after the 3rd year, there is an option to opt out of that contract, but generally it's a full 5.
So, just to complete this, does the fact that we have this assigned assessor then negate either or both Andrea and Rebecca's role, or Becky's role? Are they still fully employed? I mean, they still have to do all the work, but this person just oversees it?
That's my understanding. I mean, yeah, they, you know, it's not like you're gonna get rid of them.
Okay.
They would still be the assessing department for Scio Township, but neither one of them would be, able to sign the role at that point. The designated assessor would be ultimately in charge of making sure that the role was correct.
Okay, so it's not quite as drastic as I thought it was, but it certainly is not a good thing to have happen.
No, it's not.
Right.
Okay.
And, yeah, Kathleen.
And so, for the sake of everybody understanding, there was a huge amount of public comment that this thing happened 2 years ago. And
It did not.
It did not. It did.
But it started, the audit.
Right.
The audit started in '24.
So the first review.
The first audit.
Sure.
Right, and then I have these dates. So then June of 2025, we failed the second review. Right, so I want the public to realize this is not, you know, we're reacting to a 2-year thing. No, we're trying to put in in place a program, a corrective action plan that it actually, I intend is a corrective action plan that protects you, which I wish I would have seen the corrective action plan because it doesn't address how do you prevent this from happening again, so.
It seems like a long time, but like I said, you have to, you go through your initial audit, after your March quarter review, you get your results, you do your corrective action plan, you wait till your March 25 border review, and then they see the results of those, you get the results of that. There was one substantial deficiency left, and then this is what this is all, the meat of this is all of. And now, with this corrective action plan, the latest one, we have to wait till after the March 26th border review is done, submit the information, because after that's done, the information's uploaded through Becky's portal on the state portal that they have, and then we wait for their results.
And they're saying they won't probably get to it till May. Is what
May,
I told
okay,
me.
May.
Well,
So
they
that-
can't commit between May and September.
Yeah, I mean, that is kind of an awkward thing about this, you know, you have your corrective action plan, but it is nearly a year before you know if you
Yes.
have the results that you
Right.
had hoped. So.
Wait, can I just
one of the-
follow up on that?
Yeah, Kathleen.
So, June of 2024, I wasn't on this board. I saw your presentation. I went back, of course, and looked at your presentation. I think with good board oversight, we could have had a better corrective action plan that would have put in place more checks, you know.
Checks and balances, okay.
And that would have been the preferred, right? So I do have experience with corrective action plans in internal controls. It's really there to help the entity, the organization, but also the employee, right? Because who needs to look at this again and check? And so that's where the township could have done a better job if the board had been involved.
And after seeing, I mean, like I've told Jessica, assessing is kind of boring. I mean, you know, Keith, his presentation, the fire chief can say what he does, Brandon can say what utilities does. With assessing, maybe the twice a year presentations like we did in the past, that we've kind of let certain things slip away. I'm trying to find things that are interesting for the public to see, or see how we're doing as a whole. That audit was part of that presentation.
Yes.
To get something like that back on the agenda would be a nice thing
Yep.
to have. I mean, figure out something to make it interesting for everybody.
And I want to say too, though, what's different about this, and this isn't on you alone, Andrea, it's the whole township, and I know you're working with Jillian and Becky on this step by step, but again, the reason why our attorney is here, our HR manager is here, others are here is to bring in resources. I would say, some of the letter, for example, the August 7th, 2025 appeal, which none of us knew this was even going on, and our attorney didn't know what was going on. Our attorney, I believe, works with you on all of our assessing issues that come up. And while I appreciate that, the initial oh man, I can't believe I did that. I'm so embarrassed, all of that. I get the personal feeling part, but this was on for months, and it's not about, you got to shake it off. And, I told you about that time when I was in fetal position at Fran's feet. We all make mistakes,
Right.
but you have to stand up and fix it. And some of the language in, for example, the August 7th appeal, I don't know about assessing, but I would have said this isn't going to work.
Okay.
That letter.
Okay.
I mean, I felt a little, and this is not on you, it's signed by both you and Jillian, but I found some of the letters, some of the testimony that you went up to Lansing, the team, any Scio representatives went up to Lansing to defend the township without proper preparation and with the attorney, just in very, very poor judgment. Would the outcome have been different? Maybe not, but I think we could have collectively put our best foot forward and done a better job of protecting you in particular, quite honestly, Andrea, but also representing the township. Brian?
Yep, thank you. I would agree with those comments. I certainly wish we would have, I realize the outcome might have not been different because the law is what the law is, and the law has no flexibility in it or allowance, unfortunately. And I think that's unfortunate. I think the law should change, but I'm not the state legislature, so I can't do it. I guess, I do have some of the wording in the August 7th letter. I realize that whomever wrote it is whoever wrote it, which is fine, but just.
It was me.
Oh, it was you? Okay.
It was me, yeah.
And it's nothing personal. I just am trying to figure out a way where we can communicate with people, but not, I don't know, I'm gonna answer that. Yeah. I just.
It needed a legal touch.
Yeah. I'm guilty of it too, the emotional, that I know there's a very emotional issue, but, it doesn't, Doesn't unfortunately
When the
help,
next
but.
audit comes around in 2029 for Washtenaw County, you'll probably have another assessor sitting here, so don't.
All right, well, thank you.
So we'll let them,
Yeah,
let them deal with it. But no, I know, call Mariah now, just, I know, I get it. So.
Kathy?
Yeah. So during this time, the months when this was playing out, why didn't you come to the board? I'm stuck there.
Well, because.
You were still feeling embarrassed.
Yeah, I mean, it took, yeah.
And were you aware that as under state statute, the board had responsibility for naming the assessor?
No, I don't know, because I don't want to say I don't read them, because I know I read them when certain situations come up. This is not one that I read. I mean, this is when I don't want to say I wasn't brought up under, I was brought up under a different time. I wasn't aware.
So for me, like this, I see the errors as, they were honest errors. They're minor. However, not telling the board, not talking to our township attorney compounded it. It made it worse. So that's the concern I have.
And I just want to state, it wasn't a cover-up. It was me strictly being embarrassed about the whole thing, because I've seen how people react about things. I know now, call Mariah, or, email,
Right.
get a hold of her.
Right.
I know if there's something of this scale. Contact you guys, contact Mariah. I mean, like I said in my letter, in my presentation to the State Tax Commission, yeah, I made a mistake, lesson learned. Okay,
So I also talked to David Rowley. We talked for over an hour, and he gave me an extensive overview, his perspectives. At one point, I asked him, is this a big deal? Because people are saying, oh, this is no big deal. Well, he said, this is a quote, "This is a huge issue. Your township misapplied the ECF." I mean, he saw this as a huge issue. So this is why I'm concerned. And I'll leave it at that for now. We can go on with the discussion, but my concern doesn't come from the fact that an error was made or a second error, but it was that it wasn't shared with the board, and that compounded the error.
okay.
Can I add some context?
Kathleen?
For the board, a lot of us talked to David Rowley. Just so everyone knows that David Rowley is the head of this department. So we're not just calling somebody that we knew. He actually is totally responsible for, as well as a couple of other branches, he said. So he's the head dog. He knows what he's talking about. And and also I would suggest that I don't think prior boards paid a lot of attention to audits in general. That was me as a resident saying, wait a minute, I'm looking at this audit, and I want you to know that, appreciate that this board will pay more attention and be more supportive and learn things, to assist. I had no problem criticizing the prior boards because, you guys were asleep at the wheel, but it is not accurate to say that we don't care, you're just, We care a lot. And that's why we get here. And I personally do so much research on this stuff that, you know, I'm starting to become an encyclopedia if I wasn't older and didn't have good memory recall. But, so, people need to know that David Rowley is the source.
That's fine, yep.
John, you haven't spoken. Did you want to say anything at this point, or do you want to come back to you?
Oh, I haven't, yeah, no. Given how awkward this is for you and Becky, I can appreciate how you didn't come to us, because it's embarrassing. I mean, like, why didn't you tell us so we could beat up on you sooner? But, if it happened again, would you at least go to Christie and the township attorney? That's the commitment that I want.
All right, I can,
All right, thank you, Becky, but I was asking Andrea.
no, I know it won't happen again.
No, but if it were, would you go to council sooner?
Yeah.
Okay, that's the commitment I got.
I
And
get it.
Did any Scio Township taxpayers suffer financial consequences because of this?
No, because there were no sales of agriculturally classed property.
I'll have more questions about that later.
So I move to approve and ratify the
Zoning
decision
classification.
made by
John-
the supervisor. at
John,
the
we're
second-
not on that item right
We're not
now.
on that item.
Sorry, this is just discussion.
Yeah, we're not on that.
What item are we on?
John, we're on the item because
Between.
Overview of the.
Andrea did not request that any of this be in closed session, which is her,
Oh.
Yeah,
is
we're
her
not.
right.
This is a different-
So,
this
so
is-
that's
Oh.
why we're just going
Okay.
through the full memo. That was initially,
I know,
it's gonna
we
be.
switched them, I apologize.
Yep, and so
So-
because of that, and because Jillian expressed a preference to have Mariah's memo, which she'd written with the intention of it being public and to be discussed here, that's why we're just kind of going through that full file, which is in the public package, if you're interested, to just kind of understand what happened.
So we're on 04 right now?
No.
We're on the overview of the attorney memo and
It's a
packet,
new
which
li- new
we
item.
added.
Okay.
So we're just kind of going through what happened to make sure everybody,
Is there a question I can
Understands.
call so that we can move on?
you can make up a question, but no, there is no question.
Can we move on to the next agenda item? So that I can put that
I would
question
like,
before this body.
I would like to just go through a couple other points of what happened, and this isn't, Andrea has offered to sit up here, and I appreciate the questions and answers, Andrea, but this is not, about Andrea, it's about, what we want to do differently, because we do have, firefighters, we have a lot of places that have licenses and things like this, and I never, ever, ever want any staff again to get the message, whether it's from their direct supervisor, whether it's a vibe, whether it's whatever, to say, I'm going to take something that has, substantive impact on the township. The only position this board is required to hire is an assessor. It's the only one, not a fire chief or anything else, if the supervisor that's elected isn't properly certified. On the December 1st letter that Jillian sent, she says, a new assessor of record has been assigned. I will say, and I have shared this with Jillian, I do believe Jillian knows what the statute is for the township supervisor. It is in that paragraph. And when we first met, and that's why I said, Jillian, hey, like, the board hires the assessor. And when we sat down in this room, Andrea and I saw Becky's jaw drop when I said that, because it was clear that that wasn't information our staff would know. And I wouldn't expect our staff to know. I do expect our supervisor to know. But I would also say none of us should be sending letters to the state that reorganize this township unilaterally. There was not a lawful basis for this letter to go to assign a new assessor of record. Now that the state accepted it, that's fine, I get it. But there was no lawful basis to just start reorganizing staff.
But did they go rogue or did they have input from council?
Mariah learned about this when I called her on about December 8th, when I had received that letter saying we have a new assessor of record. Mariah, would you answer John's question, please?
Yeah, I think someone actually forwarded sorry, I'm chewing a mint. I think someone actually forwarded that letter from.
The state.
The letter from the state that,
Dated December 2nd that I was CC'd on when I was opening the mail, referencing the prior letter that had been sent.
yes, right. The State Tax Commission accepted the corrective action plan and the change of assessor of record and stated that there would be a follow-up review, 2026 assessment roll, letter from Jane Walsh, Department of Treasury, dated December 2nd, 2025. I can't remember who
Received
forwarded that
December
to me.
8th.
Somebody
Yeah.
sent that to me.
That's when I first learned about it, that's when Mariah first learned about it.
When I first learned about it.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, and I happened to be in the office, so I saw it.
Learning about the reassessment, the reassignment of the assessment.
yeah.
I also thought it was a typo. I thought the letter was a typo.
Yeah, that was Mariah's first, because it was so flabbergasting. I mean, it's just,
I was just surprised.
why did you ask if there was input of council, John? Is that something you would recommend in the future?
Of course.
Does everybody have an understanding of where we're at with the state? People want to move on to 05, is that still the order? I think, John, you suggested the
I suggested that a while ago.
appointment of assessor of
Still
record.
interested in moving along to 05.
All right.
Okay. This was prepared by the supervisor. Mariah, do you want to give an overview in her absence?
I can. Let me just get to it.
Thank you.
Do we need it really much of an overview?
Probably not. So this is as previously stated, in December, the supervisor sent to the State Tax Commission 2 4689s. That's the form where you change the information about your assessors. And in this particular case, it was one assessor of record, 14689 removing Andrea Garrett as the assessor of record, and 14689 appointing Becky, I can't say her last name. Bayako as the assessor of record. So because this is the state is not questioning that decision. I just want to make that clear. The state is accepting the paperwork from the township by what's on its face, signed by the supervisor, taking these actions. So the request tonight is that because the statute requires the board to assign the assessor, that the request from me is that you ratify the decision and just have a vote that says, yes, we agree, Becky Bayako is now the assessor of record.
And are you recommending this? Or are there other courses we could take? Or is this a fait accompli?
I am recommending this. I'll give you a couple reasons why. First, because the state has accepted Becky. Second, because Becky is qualified for this position. And her department, Andrea, Becky, and Jillian, as the lead of the assessing department, thinks that it's an appropriate choice. Second, because the state has accepted it, and it would be somewhat difficult to undo it. One way that you could undo it, if you thought you needed to, would be to remove Becky and appoint another assessor of record. That would require going outside the township. I don't believe we have another level 3.
Not in the office.
Not in the office. The conversation that I had with Jane Walsh, she made a couple of comments that I think are important to this conversation. The first one is that she says, really, we should be focusing on compliance, not necessarily nitpicking this decision. So giving Becky and Andrea the support that they need so that the next audit is a clean audit and we have compliance and everybody moves happily forward. The other thing is that one of the questions is, what's the best fit for the community? And I would say that we have a department who, Andrea and I have worked together a long time. I think we started working together in 2000.
Long time.
Yeah. We have a department with some history. I mean, yes, there were potentially some missteps over the last year, but I know that Andrea has a good reputation in the community. People appreciate her. She's approachable, and there's a huge value in that. So I would say that keeping the people that we have might be what's best for the community.
Great, thank you.
Discussion.
At some point, we should discuss that. Is this the time?
To discuss what?
The plan going forward, because in discussions with David Rowley, one of the options presented was we hire a contract assessor. And I had talked to you about that, Mariah.
Yeah, that is an option. So what the option that I like, I mean, I've already heard Andrea say tonight that she has a team of people who are going to be looking at the calculation, or maybe already have, and who have said this calculation is proper. I've reached out to an assessor, a contract assessor at one of my other municipalities. He said he's happy to take a look at it too. So I think that at this point, just having a couple of other sets of eyes on it.
I mean,
We have somebody right
I
now
have
from the
a
state.
guy, yeah.
Okay.
He's a level 4, and he's
Yeah,
been doing
he's
this for
worked in
52
Detroit.
years.
He's worked all over. He's a instructor at state classes, I mean.
He's been an assessor for 3 different different cities and townships.
Got one that I know who lives in the township who will look at it for me.
Sure.
I mean.
So I think that, and that's the thing that I think we had talked about before, is just having the
Other
support
eyes.
of other eyes, checking before it goes. I don't know, the tricky thing about the timing of all of this is that tax day is December 31st. So essentially, I want to say, and maybe I'm making this too simple, but the books are closed, right? You've got March Board of Review where there's some change.
We're
but-
firming up our numbers. I'm sorry to interrupt, but we're firming up our numbers. And to have to go through all this right now, it's like, let's resolve, discuss what we need to do, move on, because frankly, this is interrupting what we need to get done in there.
Well, and I think the timing of bringing someone else in, because it's past tax day, the timing of bringing someone else in now might not be.
Not a good time to either lose an assessor or hire an assessor.
Why would you want to bring somebody else in that never even looked or assumed our role? We've done all the work for this role.
So,
We know exactly what's on that role. I know
Yeah.
exactly
When you get a
what's on that
contract
role.
assessor, you get somebody in here, they just look and say, okay,
Good luck
they
with a
don't.
contract assessor.
So I just want to, we're going to get to all of this. I want to, actually, Becky, would you mind coming to the table? Because I will have a question for you. I want to take Kathleen's comment. Kathleen?
Yeah, my concerns are about that we have documented a good corrective action plan. We have a procedure, Andrea, you just said you're not going to be around.
I know in 2029, I know I'm not.
I know,
That I know for sure.
So, I would like to see that we have some policies that, because I'm not going to be around forever either. I could get hit by a bread truck.
Well, that'd be the best truck to get hit by. I'd love bread.
That's an old joke. My grandfather was killed by white bread.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's the joke.
That's a joke.
It is.
All right.
No, but so, because I know the consequences are so severe for what it does to the township, that I would like to see we get some policies in so that you have something to hand off.
I mean, the intent is, it's obvious we can't go back and change anything that's been done at this time.
No, that's not
We
what I'm
have to
saying.
wait for March Board of Review, we have to wait till May, okay? And then boom, here's our compliance letter. Scio, everything's all good until the next audit for Washtenaw County in 2029. We have an employee in place right now who was just hired last month. She's got a combination of Becky and I. She's smart as a whip. Okay, she's worked in municipal government. She gets it, okay? We want to get her trained in as much as we can, and how far she takes it, that's up to her. Yeah, one day you're gonna have to, get your policies in place, do what you need to, I get it. We're trying to get things, we've cleaned up a lot of roll here in the past, 4 years we've been here.
I've been here almost
doing
4
this.
years.
And my intent is to leave this place, so whoever decides to take over the job will go, okay, yeah, I see what they did. Because when we took over the role, we're like, what were they doing? And it takes a couple of years to figure stuff out when you're looking at it. So, I mean, my intent is to give the board a couple months to advertise and to get somebody in here. But if things escalate and keep going like they're going, you might not have a couple months to find somebody, So, as far as I'm concerned, okay, we've talked this to death. We know what we're doing. We know what we need to do. Let's discuss what we need to discuss next, and let's go.
Would you be willing to work, though, on some policies you and I?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's
I think
let's
that's all
write what
trustee
we
Brandt
need to
is,
do.
yeah.
Let's get some
Exactly.
policies. Let's figure out how some reporting to the board biannually.
So, Andrea, what
Something.
you're telling me is you didn't have the benefit of the policies.
No, there were no
It's like a
policies. Like I
checklist.
said, I was raised in a different environment.
Yeah, so.
I didn't have the benefit of somebody sitting with me for a couple months like somebody in my position. You get an assessor to somebody sit with you for a week, 2 weeks, a month. I didn't get that.
So I have a question about, back to the appointment of assessor of record. On this face, I'm supportive of this because I think it makes sense if we, work on policies, bring in a contractor if we need to. I mean, if we need to bring in a contractor to assist, advise, whatever it is with policies, others to support. But my concern is from conversations I've had with the two of you and with Jillian, and I know we asked Jillian and Aurora to, look at this when we were in a meeting with Mariah about, and I know you guys then had a subsequent meeting about kind of what does it mean to be the assessor of record, okay? And this has been my concern when it was initially pitched like, oh no, it's all buttoned up, we already sent it in the states, and I'm gonna do all the work, Becky's just gonna sign the roll.
Well, that's not
No,
true, though.
and that was shorthand. I know you guys were talking in shorthand. But what I want to get clear on is what we mean. We need the board and Becky to be clear on what we mean by assessor of record. I appreciate it's ratifying the board decision, it's ratifying the decision that's already been accepted by the STC. However, what does it mean practically to be the assessor of record? As I understand it, it's the person who puts the name to the role. It's the person who needs to be ultimately responsible for
The
that.
record is what, okay, I have to say that since I've started here, we've both done all of that work, because an assessor does the ECF, the land values, all of that. Unfortunately, Andrea was never taught any of that. So we've been working together. So I've created the role just as much as Andrea has. Worked very hard. An assessor of record would be the one that is responsible. Her license is on the line. Like if I sign this role, I have 30 years on my license. That's a big responsibility.
It is.
Okay, and that's my livelihood. Okay, if I don't stay here tomorrow, that's my livelihood. That's how I make my money. So, you know, I put a proposal in, and that's something that's later talked to with you guys, but to hire somebody, it's gonna be a lot of money. And I'm
So-
willing to do it because I'm doing it for her, and I'm doing it for the township. But I did not take that role on. That's not what I took on. I took on my job and my responsibilities when I came in, and also helping her become the best she can be. And she's come a long way. And that one little mistake, I'm sorry, I know it should have been brought to you guys, but she's doing a great job. And I would hope that at the end of this, when I'm done and I sign this role and we're in compliance, that Andrea can go back to her regular position and be back assigned the way it was. Because I like my position, and I could not do this job the way I do it without Andrea. And Andrea could not do the job without me. So we need each other. We're a team.
So what is the effect then on your day-to-day
The effect-
as the assessor of record? And I
Now
know,
I'm doing everything. I took reports home with me. I'm checking every single number. I'm checking every single minus adjustment, plus adjustment. I've looked at every single parcel in this township over the weekend. I'm making sure that everything is, our Ts are crossed and our Is are dotted.
right on. And what Becky referenced to was the letter she sent the board, I don't know, a day or so ago. I would just say, if we do, you know, adopt this model motion, and I've said this from the beginning, I think with the additional responsibility would come any consideration. I would defer to our HR manager for any recommendation for an adjustment in pay for the additional responsibility at a future meeting.
I would like to move the model motion to approve and ratify the decision made by the supervisor as accepted by the State Tax Commission, assigning Becky Biocco as the assessor of record for Scio Township
Support.
on an interim basis.
I support the model motion. Can you say more about the interim basis?
Well, it's anticipated that once we do we
Meet our compliance.
meet our compliance guidelines, that it would return to Andrea.
That wasn't the decision of the STC, John.
Okay.
I'm just saying I'm just saying it, I think you're talking about two different things. I don't know if there's a way, we either need to ratify the
As
decision.
of record, until further
Action of the board.
action of the board.
Which is always the case.
I know, but I
And
guess,
a future, I'm just saying, just technicality though, John, a future action of the board would be different because we wouldn't be ratifying a you know?
well,
I'm not unsupportive,
well, I'm also trying to support Andrea to let her know her timeout is gonna be until she can return back to her role, which is what I think they both want, which is what I think, I know I want it, but I don't know if the majority of the board wants it. So, that's what I meant. And I could leave it silently, and we can deal with that down the road as we need to. But it could be that it remains Becky in perpetuity, and then Andrea is on the outs, and If that's the case, that's the case, but that's not my intention through my motion.
Well, and also Becky has also provided the board with a letter, requesting additional compensation. The board hasn't acted on that. So I just think there's so many different contingencies, John, that I support the model motion as is, just to take this one step at a time and get things in order.
All right.
But it's your motion, so what is it?
I would like to say, as assessor of record on an interim basis. But if council doesn't want me to do that,
Is there a-
That's
first-
not the decision, that's,
Okay.
it's
Yeah.
not what you're ratifying.
then I go with the model motion. It's already 10:30 at night. We're supposed to have a motion to go past 10, and that was when we started at 7, and now we started an hour earlier. So, I move the model motion.
Support the model motion. Any further discussion, or should we call the vote?
Please vote.
Okay?
Call the question.
I'll call the question. Roll call, Yeaple,
Yes.
Flintoff, yes. Brandt,
Yes.
Noel,
Yes.
Reed,
Yes.
Riser.
Yes.
Motion adopted, 6-0. Thank you, Becky. Oh, sorry. Okay, next item, 04, decreased review of salary. Aurora, would you please come
Do we
forward?
need a motion to continue past 10 o'clock?
I make a motion to continue to the end of the agenda.
Support. Any discussion?
Yes, I think going to the agenda is going to be too far. We've got a touchy one coming up on reduction of salary. And then we've got discussion of ODOT 6, which we don't have to do tonight because Jillian's not here. So I would ask that we go to continue only with the 04 and then adjourn after 04 and put off 06 until our next meeting. Because it's 10:30, and when are we gonna be done with round 2 of beating up on?
No, it'll be
India?
short. Don't worry, John, I would have been up for the
Okay.
first time.
So I guess, well, that was a cheap shot, and I take it back, I should have said that.
Don't
But,
worry, it'll be short.
But, the discussion is I would not like to continue with all of the agenda, given the lateness of the hour, and we started an hour earlier.
I agree too. Did you make a motion?
So there's a motion on the table, motion by Yeaple,
And I
support
guess I
by
would-
Flintoff.
He said, I'm sorry, he said to the entirety of the agenda.
He
I'm
did.
opposing that, and I would do a model motion through,
And I just
until-
want to say, as the public reminded me earlier tonight, there's a motion on the table.
So we should vote the motion and then.
Yeah.
Okay.
When we were adopting the
But I can
agenda,
also amend a main motion.
if there's a friendly amendment, or you can make an amendment, yep.
I move to substitute throughout the duration until, through
Omitting-
04 and public comment. And public
Right.
board member response.
Okay.
That would be my friendly amendment, if it's friendly. And if it's hostile, I'll make it.
So, John, we're just omitting 06.
That's correct.
completely.
That's
It's a
correct.
different way of saying it.
That's what I'm proposing. Thank you for
I mean, what's the temperature of people?
It's up to you, Ryan. I mean, I think it's up to you. I'm happy to complete the agenda.
I'm
I
happy to
always,
complete the
I always believe that we adopt the agenda, But,
But then we get bogged down, and therein lies the problem.
I know.
John,
I'm not blaming you, I'm blaming the we. That's a pronoun.
Okay.
All of us.
yeah.
I know.
So where are we?
So,
I'd
is
like
that
to
a,
just
is
vote
that
that,
a
I'd just
friendly
like to vote
amendment?
the question as it was originally stated.
You would? Okay.
As originally stated.
Ryan is
Not
saying it's not friendly. He's the motion maker. So let's just vote the question as Ryan originally moved and I seconded, which is to finish,
Complete the agenda.
to complete the agenda. All right, Yeaple,
Yes.
Flintoff, yes. Brandt,
Yes.
Noel?
No.
Reed? Reed?
Yes.
Okay. Riser?
No.
Motion passes 4-2. We will complete our agenda that we adopted just a few hours ago, guys. Okay, here we go. 04, decrease in review of salary, prepared by Aurora Northrup. I will note that pursuant to MCL 15268-1A, the employee had the option to request a closed session. She has not requested a closed session for this item. So here we are. We and
Is that still the case?
Yeah,
Okay.
we're here. Let's
Yeah.
go. Everybody knows about what's going on, so go
Yeah.
ahead.
Okay.
Yep. And so with the prior action, the board just affirmed the STC's acceptance of different assessor of record, Becky. Becky also has pending before the board in an upcoming meeting a potential increase for those additional responsibilities as assessor of record. And I believe that this item would be the proportionate decrease in the salary for the responsibilities that would transfer. Aurora, do you want to share a little bit about your work to date on this?
Okay, so basically the background is the employee's current rate of pay decrease that I'm recommending is just based on the circumstances of the previous agenda item, leading to the employee being removed from the current designation by the state of Michigan.
You gotta speak up.
I felt that 6% was a reasonable amount. And I did speak with Andrea first. I did speak with the supervisor also. And in response to Supervisor Carey's public comment earlier this evening in not supporting my recommendation, yes, she did indicate that to me. She did suggest only a one-step decrease versus my recommendation. So I would like to now recommend that as opposed to the amount that's listed, which is recommend to the board a decrease of $3,007 per year, one step from the current step that she is at now.
So, I'm sorry, go ahead, John.
Is there a percentage basis of that equivocates to?
3%.
And so it's 6% to 3%, so it's a half. It's
Correct.
Thank you,
Correct.
thank you.
And-
Per annum.
Yes.
Thank you.
And again, just as a reminder, our steps are approximately 3%. Okay. And where is currently the assessor position in terms of step?
I do not have that in front of me, but can look it up. There. You know? Step 8.
Step 8, okay. And what went into what factors went into the recommendation when you're looking at the change in responsibility made by the state?
So I felt that that was a reasonable decrease based on the duties. So this is a significant duty, but it is one of the items on the assessor's job description, yes.
And I'm holding up, these have all been approved by the board a long time ago, but these are the assessor and the assistant assessor job descriptions. I think this came up in conversation at some point, but I would, I don't know if Kathleen recommended this. Somebody had a recommendation that we might update our job descriptions to, if needed, just specifically related, not just the certification, but also assessor of record. Is it important to change it on here too?
So I did have.
In the
that-
future, yeah.
Right, I did have that discussion too with Jillian, because this makes the two positions a little bit difficult. So the assessor title position, which Andrea holds, includes supervisory responsibility, along with being able to sign off on the assessment role. The assistant assessor does not have those supervisory responsibility, and reviews the assessment role, does not sign off. So this is where this also posed a bit of a problem for me. However, for the sake of just assuming that Becky was going to be signing off on the assessment role, then leaving the positions as is. I would recommend that for the assistant assessor, that it does include being able to sign off on the role also.
If needed.
If needed, right. The designation is already there of level 3, but not the signing off of the role.
That makes sense. So you're not recommending any change to titles, just a change to the pay? And I know you received the request from Becky as well. Is a recommendation something you could, on that front, something you could prepare for the board at our next meeting?
Yes.
Okay.
Clarifying question? Yep. Aurora, you just said that the supervisor recommends a 3%. Did I miss something somewhere?
So her and I were talking privately.
Okay.
Regarding the two positions. And I discussed the same thing I just did right now regarding the assistant assessor does not have that she can sign off on the role or the supervisory aspect, and then the difference with the assessor one. And I indicated that there should be a decrease in salary because of her not having that designation by the state and being able to sign off on the assessment role for the assessor. And when I mentioned 6%, she indicated I would not agree to that. And then I said, well, this again repeated why, and she said, well, how about just one step? How about 3%?
Okay, so that's new knowledge to me that, so the supervisor is recommending 3%, and I certainly would agree with the supervisor's recommendation.
I mean, I think it's hard to put a precise value on it, but this is reality. You know, we set salaries for people to carry out their assigned duties. And this is one of those duties. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't had a chance to think too deeply about if there's, you know, would this then be the same proposed increase for our new assessor of record? And I'm not trying to put anybody on the spot, but I'm just saying, is that what the recommendation will be, kind of shifting that responsibility? I will say that's a lot less than what Becky requested.
Just getting ready for an opportunity to speak, so.
But
I'm just trying to find a way to get in there and speak, that's all.
okay. Any other comments, questions of the board?
So you said you felt that 6% was reasonable. Did she receive, now that we're in this public forum, was she written up?
No.
But other employees have been written up, right?
Right.
And did they receive a salary reduction when they were written up?
No,
But it's
the board,
different- Those are different circumstances.
That's up to us to determine.
right.
Okay,
Sure, yeah.
I don't understand.
Well, but, I mean, it seems pretty, I appreciate that she screwed up and that she's had this public flagellation and she's had to atone and all that stuff, but have we, either in the fire department or the utility department or other departments, have we docked anybody's pay? It just seems like.
This isn't a-
It seems like a new step that we've not taken before, is that correct?
This isn't disciplinary, John. This is different. And I'm sorry, John, but I do want to say, I'm
And
not.
my question was for her.
And that's fine, John, but.
No, it's not, because you're answering the question, or you're interposing your opinions onto a question asked of our HR director as to whether this is an action of
HR
first
manager.
impression. HR, I didn't mean to
Okay.
disrespect
Go
her
for it.
title.
okay. So, I don't recall who said it. Yes, this was a very difficult decision to come to. There were discussions about disciplinary. That was not where we were heading, to pose a disciplinary action. But where we did head is a decrease in the salary because of the designation change by the state of Michigan. That is why. As to have we ever docked pay for anyone else? I don't know.
Well, we
I don't know
actually have.
prior to.
It's a reduction in duties, and we did that for our field supervisor.
Yes, our field supervisor who transitioned to utility tech. That was yeah.
That was a.
So
Yeah.
that's, John,
Slightly
that's
different.
comparable.
Okay.
Okay. I don't have any more questions. Thank you.
Yeah, David? No, I would just say, and I apologize, John, I wasn't trying to get in the way. I will also say, I'm also sensitive for all of the talk about, I'm sensitive to the earlier public comment about our HR manager is what I'm sensitive to. So I want to just put that out there. Number two, this recommendation, and as I understood it, is related to the reduction in responsibility. It's not about writing up. It's just a different situation. It's more akin to the field supervisor going to the utility tech, John.
Thank you.
David?
I think the party in question has some comments.
I'm just chomping at the
Okay.
bit to talk about
Before
it.
you leave that, John, are you suggesting not taking the supervisor's recommendation?
Yeah, I'm going to vote against this, but I appreciate the debate.
David?
I'm with John on this. I'm going to vote against this. I don't care if it's 6% or 3%. The only difference that I can see, the only difference in responsibility, the only difference in her job will be she cannot sign a piece of paper. She's going to be doing everything else that she's been doing up until today. And the only thing she can't do is sign that piece of paper. So I see no need to reduce her salary. I do see a need to increase Ms. Bayako? Salary, Becky's salary, but I don't see it. This is in my opinion, I know you say it's a reduction in job, but it's not. She's still going to be doing everything except signing the roll. So in my mind, I see this as punitive, so I do not support this.
Okay, thank you.
Andrea, do you agree you're going to be doing everything except signing the roll?
I'm sorry, Kathy.
Do you agree that you're going to be doing everything
Everything
except
that we're
signing
doing
the roll?
is the same, yes, except for that assessor of record duty.
Okay.
And I just have something I want to say when the board is done talking.
Okay. Ryan, did you have anything?
I'd like to hear what Andrea has to say.
Okay, Andrea?
Okay, apparently, we're talking about responsibility and compensation. Okay? A couple instances during my 28 years here. Some of you may not remember, but our deputy treasurer got brain cancer. You remember Loretta, David, okay? I was asked and then appointed deputy treasurer, a post I held for 21 years. No compensation for that. I had the responsibility of making wire transfers, signing checks, taking the deposit, balancing the cash drawer, handling money, doing cash receipting, billing miscellaneous receivables. Isn't that responsibility with no compensation? Also, our finance director at the time, she'd taken ill and was going to be going through treatment. They needed someone to do a backup for payroll because at the time we didn't have anybody else here who knew how to do that. I was asked to do that. I processed payroll maybe 5 or 6 times. The point I'm making with that is, I did that without compensation, but I was given the responsibility because I knew all the employees' personal information by having virtue of that. Also, yes, I made a mistake for what happened with the state tax commission thing. You know, my mistake did not cost the Scio taxpayers money. There were instances in this township that did cost taxpayers either money or an inconvenience. I don't want to say what those are, but those employees suffered no public humiliation. Their salaries were not adjusted. There's also some other instances where mistakes were not made. And some of them were recent mistakes. That could have repercussions that could go on to a legal end of it. That's something I need to discuss with Mariah later. But,
Later soon.
Later soon, yeah, well.
Tomorrow.
I will, now that I've learned my lesson, talk to the attorney. You know, and since I've been here for so long, there's a lot that I know. And what I'm saying is, after 28 years of service, I mean, I think the least the township can do for me is not dock my pay for, I don't know, 4 or 5 months, perhaps, I don't know. But you've obviously overlooked the mistakes that other employees make. Why am I being treated any differently? If you're treating someone who's been here for 28 years like this, imagine how our employees who were just hired, who've worked here for 5 years, 10 years must feel. I bet you they're not too confident right now. That's part of the morale problem we have around here. I mean, I've endured enough public embarrassment about this whole thing. Yeah, I've learned a lot. I've learned what I need to do now. But I sure as don't deserve this type of treatment that I've had to endure listening. Yeah, I've learned. We've all learned. Now we know what to do. And the sad thing is, I considered everyone here as part of my extended family. So let's just get this ball rolling, figure out what we're doing, make the right decision for once, and let's just do the right thing and get going, okay? Because I'm just tired of listening to all this right now.
Thank you, Andrew.
I'm tired.
Thank you, Andrea, for pushing through this. I understand the logic of the change in responsibility. I also hear that both of you are committed and planning to work collaboratively together. I want to say for me, if there's not a adjustment in compensation one way, then I personally, just one vote, but personally have a hard time adjusting compensation for a new upward for an assessor of record. We'll decide that on another day, but just if there's not really a shifting in responsibility and people are comfortable taking on that liability, then they are. I've always had confidence in your work, Andrea. Like I said, it was never the mistake. We all make mistakes. It's what could we do differently to prevent it from getting to this point that we're at.
I understand that.
I also want to thank Aurora for doing the hard work of you can thank Jesus Christ as well. I was going to thank Aurora for, doing the hard work of actually looking at our positions, compensation, responsibility, and all of these recommendations that is her job to bring to the board. It's our decision to make them, but I appreciate Aurora coming up with the recommendations.
Could I make just a small comment?
Please.
It was not my wish to have this public forum. I
No.
asked initially, I just want that on the record.
Yeah, let's,
Because I do not want this, I did not want it for myself, because I knew that I would also be the recipient of comments.
right. And that was the discussion. I know Mariah, Aurora, Jillian, and I know Andrea had. It's Andrea's right. It's her option. I know you'd first said you would want it in closed session. You then decided you wanted it in open session, and that's your right. But certainly, Andrea, when you do say, this public part, I can say, I know Ryan and my conversations, with you, we've always been very clear of trying to support as much of this as properly and discreetly as possible. I don't know, the blast out to the public was not mine at all, so. Any other
I
comments?
guess I'll just make a quick comment since I haven't spoken yet. Thank you, Aurora, for your recommendation. Thank you, Jillian, for your recommendation. I appreciate all that information, all the things we've learned. It provides a lot of information. Thanks.
Great. All right. I would suggest we move on to the next item.
Oh, did we vote?
I was suggesting we move on without a vote.
Oh,
On
okay.
it, or we can vote on it.
No, I don't think we have to.
Is there a motion someone would like to make?
Well, if we don't vote
Then nothing happens.
Status quo.
on it, that's cool. Let's move on.
Okay.
And I just want to say something to the public. I've defended Jessica in public before. Please do not say anything about any employee, even if it's Aurora, Chrissy, or anybody else, okay? We all work together as a team here.
Yeah.
So please, keep your comments to yourself, people. Come on, we all work together, all right? I mean, we all got jobs to do, people.
Thank you,
We might
Aurora.
not like sometimes what we each do to each other. We all have to live together. So can I go home now?
Okay.
Good night.
No?
Ryan, 06.
Okay, Becky, you can go home.
All right. Thank you, everyone, and I hope to make my part of this relatively brief, given that we've been at this for almost 5 hours. But I know that there's some people that have waited to hear about specifics. I've been asked about specifics. I've been asked and grilled about, what made me bring this item. I have tried to work with everyone here. Am I always perfect at it? No. Are any of us? Also no. But I have really tried to work with everyone here to make this a better place. I think that's one of the biggest things here. I will bring up a couple of specifics tonight. We can talk about it more when Supervisor Carey's here at the next meeting. We've had multiple internal admin meetings. These are generally weekly meetings with Supervisor Carey, myself, Clerk Flintoff, Office Coordinator Aiken, and our attorney. Our attorney has had to admonish Supervisor Carey for a high tone of voice and asked her to stop using it. Our township HR manager has had to have the same situation. I have asked Supervisor Carey to stop shouting at me multiple occasions, including at the meeting where the FOIA the FOIA appeal item was taken up in closed session. I stated in front of everyone here at this board that if Supervisor Carey would not stop screaming at me, I would step out of the closed session and she could continue, but I wasn't going to sit there and be screamed at. Everyone has a bad day. Everyone has a bad moment. it doesn't deserve to be taken out on anybody for a prolonged period of time. There's another incident last summer where Trustee Knoll was speaking to Supervisor Carey on the telephone, and Supervisor Carey was in her office. I went over and lightly shut, or actually, I believe it was you, Clerk Flitoff. Did you go over and shut her door, or was it I? I can't remember that. I did, because I was at the front desk assisting several residents, and they could hear, and I just wanted it to be a private moment for them. Apparently, I didn't latch the door all the way. Once again, not perfect. Supervisor Carey realized that I had done that and slammed the door so hard the wall shook. Once again, if any of these were an isolated incident, I would let it go, let it exist. The supervisor has shouted and screamed at the HR manager when we were discussing an employee issue. It was just about something that happened in the chain of command, which is something we've had as an internal briefing to all of our staff about how they need to go to their direct supervisor and not come to Clerk Flintoff, myself, any board member, and try and work around their direct manager to get feedback. That's something we've talked about publicly before. Once again, happy to work with anybody on anything. I've tried to work with our labor attorney, our township attorney, the rest of the members of the board to come up with a different way to handle this. We've all talked to her multiple times. I'm committed to talking to her more. I just want it to stop. If it stopped tomorrow, I'd be happy to destroy this resolution, never talk about it again. I don't want to be here talking about this, especially at 11 o'clock at night. Thanks.
I'll just make a comment, and, I've gotten mocked by some members of the public for, ever expressing discomfort with anything. The conspiracy theories that have emerged about the creepy note that somebody placed under my door after hours have been pretty unbelievable to me. And when Ryan is upset, worried, scared, concerned, I'm concerned. I can count between our staff and regular contractors 6 people who have had repeated concerns about our supervisors' behavior. And not just concerns that they haven't addressed, but again, it's chaotic in the workplace. It doesn't matter if somebody has good behavior 95% of the time. If 5% of the time we have people who are being screamed at. It's one thing to scream at me. That's fine. It's quite another thing to be screaming at staff or our contractors. That is absolutely unacceptable. And so if any of you in the audience, in the public, sitting in the public, not the audience, have ideas, please, speak to the supervisor, speak to me, speak to Ryan, speak to whoever you want to. If you have any troubleshooting ideas, we did have one, consultant work, and I thought she was great. I have my little cheat sheet of communication styles. I reference for like Ryan or Aurora and note to self, Jessica, stuff not to say. This is great, Ian. Any of these recommendations, I appreciate. But I think the conflation by the early public comment of this, even the small thing about the consent agenda item, about the training for the finance director and how that's different than what the firefighter had to go through. That's not true. And I share that as an example because that's how divisive some of the comments are, to make it seem like, people who report to Jessica or Ryan are treated differently than others. And probably the person who sees this the most is the person here who's responsible for supervising most people, which is Christy. As far as other resources that we've brought to bear, besides both attorneys, Jim and Mariah Fink, certainly Bill Thacker, our fantastic labor attorney. I remember one coaching session and, just kind of laid it out to the whole team. And then staff also had a meeting with him Mariah issued a memo to all of us regarding chain of command to help with some of this and to also reduce the misinformation and confusion that flies around the office. Like, it was not so long ago, it's like, our health insurance is gonna be taken away. Remember when that was going around?
Yes.
So these rumors get started around the office that have, oh, it's like, well, where did that come from? A board meeting. No, it didn't. I mean, everything we say here is on the public record. And so I think the, kind of in and out of meetings and spreading around information, whether it's with the best of intentions or not, it creates a lot of chaos, and it's used to weaponize something where maybe a staff person thinks someone is carrying a torch for them is actually then used as a weapon against another staff person. And that's the problem. But would ask others to comment. And Christy, I don't know if there's anything you want to share about dynamics or, suggestions about how to make staff more comfortable.
Not right at this moment.
Okay, thank you. Kathy?
Ryan had texted me the day of what I consider to be a final straw for him, that he was just so upset. It was in the afternoon. I said, do you want to meet? And we ended up meeting and talking. I see this as an action of last resort. He didn't know what to do. He was at his wit's end. He was very emotional. He was more emotional than I've ever seen him. So, obviously there are, in theory, better ways we could deal with this. And I agree with that. And I agree with the idea of getting a facilitator or a mediator involved again. But everyone has to be willing to engage in that process. And everyone would have to be willing to look at their own behavior and assume responsibility for their own behavior. And that hasn't happened yet. So I'm speaking specifically of Jillian. She would have to look at herself, look at her role, and learn from it, as we all would have to too. It's not just us or the women on the board or the gang of four or whatever. It's everybody would have to do that. And I think people get frustrated, people give up, and Ryan was at his wit's end when he proposed this, because he just didn't know what else to do. I think there are other options. We can talk about some other options and then try to deliberate and go forward with some other options.
Other comments? David?
This resolution I'm really conflicted about this resolution. I would suggest that we change it a little bit if we're going to.
There's just discussion right now.
I know, if we're going to pass this, oh, that's right, we're only discussing it.
Yeah, only discussion.
But if we're going to pass it, or next time it comes, if it's going to come back, I would suggest we put a time limit on it, like a trial period, 60 days, and change the word staff to some staff, because I don't believe all staff are affected by it. But, I'm sorry, I forget the fellow's name who was, it was Mr. Altamare was talking about witness and proof and rule of law. I forget, he used a lot of legal terms. But I was Jillian, as you probably know, I was Jillian's treasurer for her campaign, so I got to work very closely with her. And I was impressed with her, as you all are. But then I had a disagreement with her, and I was a recipient of her verbal mistreatment. And I was a witness of it, mistreatment to another person as well. Now, this was a while ago. I'm not in the office on a daily basis, so I have no recent experience with this, but I've seen it in action, so I don't doubt that it occurs. After my encounter with her behavior, I assumed, because of my prior experience with her, I assumed that this was brought on, this reaction was brought on by the pressure of the charges that she is facing, the specious charges that were brought by the previous supervisor. I had expected them to be dismissed immediately, as they should have been. I was wrong. These charges continue to be her albatross. Now, I don't know if that, in the back of her mind, if that continues to, just kind of pound away, and it makes it very difficult for her to, I don't know, I'm not a psychiatrist. I'm told that some of the board, in fact, it was just mentioned, that at their wit's end as to how to resolve this issue. Therefore, we have this resolution. This resolution, which would limit Jillian's access to a very specific part of the building, so that her interactions with township staff can be limited. I don't think this particular action will solve the problem. There's still the telephone, there's still the internet, there's meeting over coffee, any number of ways that she can still interact with staff. So if this is designed to limit her ability to interact with staff, I don't think it'll work. If in fact Jillian's behavior is a result of the tension she's under from these specious charges, perhaps, and I don't know if this is even something that could be possible, but maybe she could take a leave of absence and concentrate on her legal case, and then when that's done, come back and resume her duties without the specter of a trial in her future. Now, I don't know if that's even possible, and I don't know that, I'm sure, and I don't think she'd even want to do that, but I have also suggested bringing in someone from the outside to sit with every staff member, not just the board or not just the directors, but every member of the staff, to take the temperature of the staff and come back to us and tell us what we're doing, well, what we're doing right, but also what we're doing wrong. But I don't know, it sounds like, at first I was told there wasn't support for that, but it sounds like maybe there now is some support for that. So, but I'm not a supporter of this resolution. I understand there's a problem, but I don't think this resolution will solve it.
Any comments, Kathleen or John?
I have comments. I don't think it's worthwhile to talk about my own experiences with engaging with the supervisor. I made a comment earlier that I can't say things in this public meeting because it's not good for the township to air our dirty laundry, but I'll just give you one thing, and it's really related to how we are trying to develop a professional organization. As a resident, before I took office, and Jillian was a trustee, she said to me that the HR manager is, that this person is an HR Nazi. And I couldn't believe it. I really couldn't believe it. And I said, well, I'm not there. I don't know what goes on. Certainly when I get there, I'll see things. What this board has tried to establish is a professional organization with professional HR direction. And our HR manager has been trying to create a safe space for employees to bring their concerns.
And they do.
And that's how it should happen, that if any employee has any issues, consternation, whatever, they should feel comfortable going to HR. And I have worked directly with Aurora. I've seen her compassion, I've seen her professionalism. But it really breaks down the organization when a supervisor screams at the person that's supposed to take us to the professional level. That just doesn't help anybody. And it really doesn't help to have people that are not here, that don't see it, that demean our HR manager based on absolutely zero experience. When I took office, I spent a lot of time here. I mean, literally sitting here at a desk, doing my work, engaging with other people. And if we continue to disrupt the potential to have a professional organization, it is just not fair to our HR manager to have to go through this. And, you know, she's made the statement, you know, if you don't take my advice, why do you have me here? And that's a fair, absolute question. And I have full confidence in what Aurora is doing to bring us along. I have full confidence in the support that Aurora is giving to our office coordinator, acting operations director. And that relationship is a very solid and productive and positive relationship. And I just want us all to support Aurora in her efforts and Christy in her efforts. She has tough responsibility for supervising people. And we should let her do that without employees going over her head, okay? So please support these people. They are doing a great job. They deserve it. We hired them to be the excellent employees they are. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathleen. I just wanted to touch a little bit about what Kathleen was just mentioning, and I've worked with Aurora for, well, closely for 15 months. And I didn't really get to know her until I started doing these extra duties, but she's extremely professional. Anytime she speaks to somebody, she's extremely professional. All of us tend to interrupt when we want to get something out in the moment before the other person continues on. That does not happen very often with Aurora, I can tell you that. And she will sit quietly and listen. But there are times with all of us when we want to get it out because we're afraid we might miss it. She doesn't do it very often. But if someone's doing it to her, she will stop them and say, let me finish. Let me finish. But I've been in more meetings than I can count with her, and she's extremely professional.
I just had a couple of, like, concrete ideas. We don't have to decide right now, but these are small things that I thought we might do, maybe at a next meeting, is we currently have, you know, the position of management liaison. We've always had only one assigned, Ryan, who's done a very good job, which is to be a resource for the office coordinator, future operations director, and HR manager as needed. There's nothing that, you know, I think we could also appoint a second one if there is another board member who wanted to have kind of a second set of ears to be supportive and have more of a day-to-day idea. I also would say there's been so much mentioned about the staff who have left. Some of them, you know, they've left for all kind of typical reasons. But I do think that the board, if the board wants any data on that or information, the board can get more. I mean, it's a pretty small sample size. But with the exit interviews, I don't know, Aurora, if there's anything we can kind of like glean. I mean, it's easy for about the reasons why people are leaving. And certainly I know Jillian's been part of a couple of those decisions appropriately so. But I just didn't know if there's anything else about staff. I certainly think bringing in an outsider to help. I would also just want to say thank you. I know how much time Jim and Mariah and Bill Thacker have put into trying to get people in the organization to work better together and more effectively. But if there are any other resources, Mariah or others, Ian has some, you know, David, if you have any ideas, I think we can look at it. I think that there are, though, a couple different issues, and one of them is the misinformation that gets spread, kind of catastrophizing around the office about things that are untrue. That is just unhelpful to any organization. And if there's one thing that I wish, I mean, it's avoidable stress for staff, where this last year, more than any other time I've worked here, it's just like a rumor mill. And there's one source, and that's my problem. There any other comments? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. We are on to public comment. Anybody here wish to address the board?
Oh, go ahead. I didn't see
Rock,
you.
paper, scissors. Who goes?
Go ahead.
Okay, you guys don't know who I am.
Hi, Caroline.
I wanted to, can you guys hear me well enough? Okay. Kathy, you talked about contempt. She's not here. And she says, everyone's entitled to their point of view. By expressing my opinions, that is my point of view. I'm sorry if you think that it's contempt. Maybe I do have contempt for you. That's my point of view. I am entitled to express my point of view. So being kind of put down that, ooh, there's this level of contempt and I don't think it's fair. Sorry, it's my point of view. I'm entitled in my First Amendment right to state my point of view here. I think you're cruel and immoral. The facilitator didn't work. Kathy said that the guy or gal or whoever it was said something to the effect of, I don't know what to do, or there's nothing that can be done, or whatever she said, it's there on record. Get another freaking facilitator. Good Lord in heaven. Anybody in their right mind would say, okay, she's hit a dead end. Let's try over here. Let's try another one. Why was there one shot and then it was done? And that's kind of like, well, I'm kind of, and you guys all sound kind of like, instead of, yeah, this is a great idea. It's like, well, I'm kind of open to the idea. I'm kind of open to the idea. It's just it's incredible to me. Time will tell on your culture change that you're all bragging about right now. I hope. And then, honestly, in this discussion, you are all painting yourselves out as, we're not the problem. There's no problem with us. Trust me, listen to the discussion on the video. You're all saying there's only one person in this entire township hall that is a problem. It's not you, it's not you, it's not you, it's not you, it's not you. It's one person who is the problem, in this township hall is exactly what this impression of this conversation was. And that is 100%. I don't care how much she might fly off the handle like that. It is never. It takes two to tango, baby. And yes, and maybe she is a little stressed out, David, because of her thing. Yeah, absolutely. She's got a freaking felony hanging over her head. And, two of them, and this board has been dragging its feet about paying her bills and giving her all kinds of crap about it. Come on, guys. She's fighting for her damn life. And you think that, oh, she shouldn't be fighting. I mean, you have been unsupportive of her in this. I mean, you talk about, yeah, well, we really don't think you did it and all that kind of stuff, but we're not going to pay the bills. Yeah, we don't think you really did it, but we're not going to pay the bills. Yeah, we really support you didn't do it, but we're not going to pay the bills. Come on. Come on. I just really glad that you all are so good that the problem doesn't with any of you, that you never fly off the handle, that you never abuse people, 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 that you never abuse people. I'm really glad that none of you ever do anything. And just Jillian, it's absolutely the most absurd thing I've ever heard in my life. Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline.
For the record, Renee Klubeck, former Compensation Committee member. I want to respond to a comment that was brought back by board replies to our initial comments. And what I want to say is Trustee Brandt suggested that we not say anything negative about anyone of staff, employees. It was pointed out to us, quite lectured to the gallery, that we not reference and say things. And in response to that, I would like to make a comment that it's amazing to me that on 0.4, 0.5, they're all a general description. And we get over to 0.6, resolution to address offensive behavior of Supervisor Jillian Carey. So just take a little bit from that. I don't care if you tell me it's the title of the resolution. There was a lot of detail could have been put there. So that's a problem when we get lectured about saying something. Secondly, I'm going to go back and address. I'm really grateful I got to hear how the board talked and responded to Andrea and the situation. I managed a medical practice. I had 4 LLCs within it. I'm familiar with HR, and I found it extremely difficult to listen to how it went. I appreciate a lot of the comments that came. I'm glad with where you ended the decision. Lastly, I want to tell you, I'm sorry that Trustee Brandt and Jessica, that you are both offended that we mention the human resource manager. As far as I know, I have no other true area to report when there is a serious issue that was done by a person in this township. And I don't care who it is. I think this is where I have to come. And I'm going to say it again. And I will be back, and I will make a presentation. We were presented, and I'm not using a word illegal at this time. I have spoken to a municipal lawyer, not in this county. We, as a compensation committee for 2025, were initially given inappropriate data, and we were ill-advised also. Clerk Flintoff, you said we all make mistakes. Seems like they're pretty pointed. A mistake was made. I have in front of me a screenshot. I did not bring hard copy. I'm going to submit it to the board. Attorney Fink was a part of our committee. You all voted him to be there. He knows the law. This is 2023 Compensation Committee. Basic methodology used in 2023, okay? And there's 4 things that we were told to make our decisions on. The last one being, number 4, assume supervisor 20 hours a week. Treasurer and clerk minimum 40 hours a week. Last sentence, as discussed in Kathleen Brandt's email of July 5th, 2023. This was sent to the committee members
to process. It is inaccurate, it is wrong per your legal Jim Fink, okay? That's number one. You know where that came from? The HR manager. That's a mistake, okay? That's a mistake. That's one part. I will follow with more detail. We received figures and drafts that were wrong. I'm not here to tear someone apart. I'm getting tired of you telling all of us as residents that there's nowhere we can go. Do you realize that could be brought up on a legal charge? Jim Fink told all the committee members, it's on record, this was wrong. We were delayed again. So when you look at me and say, I'm offended that someone would talk about, what if I come in and I got a problem with the assessor and I'm going to present that? Is that not allowed? Am I not allowed to talk about someone who has not appropriate? This is the place to do it. And you all may be tired, and guess what? So am I. I think I'm older than almost everybody in here. But the reality is, this is a problem, and there's more to come. And you don't want to hear it, but you're going to hear it. And I don't know anywhere else to do it. And you know what? We came back here, we worked really hard, and you didn't listen to us. So here's what my last comment is. I'm saying this for the impact of Scio residents also, to everyone. And I'm sorry if you don't like hearing what I'm saying or how I'm saying it, but I truly, that is how I feel. So don't think that you all get to sit up there and think that you are above all of us. Maybe we're frustrated too. I'm willing to sit in this office, anywhere that's public area, and I will sit and I will listen, and I will try to understand. But I believe in what was previously said. No one person can destroy this board. Everybody's got to work at it. And 1 year ago, you were all asked to go and do something, and somebody said, well, I'm not going to go to a stupid camp, and I'm not going to work with this person. So guess what? This has been going on and on. Enough. But you have a problem with the compensation committee. And I'm going to request a meeting with Attorney Fink to let him know I am bringing this to the board in 2 weeks. I hope you all get some sleep. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, 1 minute.
Rob Pattinson, Scio Township resident. Andrea asked for the issue tonight to be kept quiet for the very reason we are here tonight, because it would be weaponized and used against her. You glassed over that, Jessica. What Andrea was saying was she doesn't feel safe bringing the issue to this board. Are any of you listening? Your employee is telling you you aren't trusted. One of the things that have been discussed tonight couldn't happen in a private meeting with Andrea because you wanted this public. That's why employees don't feel safe with you. Jessica, I think you said protecting you in particular. How does this public humiliation protect her? The good thing about tonight is that you have proven a hostile work environment exists and employees don't trust this board. And now employees know that if they make a mistake, they will be punished in public. This is about the worst example of leadership I've ever seen. How do residents benefit from the revelation tonight of Andrea's humiliation? What good did that do any of us? What did we need to know about any of that? So Jessica, you talked about unilateral reorganization. How many people have you reassigned? You know, like Belisha, she's supposed to be working 80% for utilities, and now you've got her doing 80% for finance. Is that the unilateral reorganization you're talking about? Oh, and what about paying Belisha and Christie for the extra work, for the extra duties they've been assigned? That hasn't happened.
That's not true.
So your strident stand against the supervisor making a decision about the department she oversees as her statutory duties rings hollow. Thank you, Mariah, for highlighting the state's interest in compliance and not in nitpicking the issue. Thank you for recommending Becky as an obvious solution our board can't seem to comprehend. Jess, you want to understand what the assessor of record means. Please inform residents what your precise role in assessing is. Obviously, you have no authority over assessing because it is in Jillian's statutory duties, not yours. I don't believe Aurora. I don't believe for a moment Jillian recommended docking Andrea's pay. I don't believe that conversation happened. Jess said at one point, it's not punishment. Do you really expect us to believe Andrea left here in tears? Do any of you believe that that's not punishment? Aurora, when you put something in the agenda, it is public, whether it goes into closed session or not. There's enough information to publicly shame a colleague. I don't believe the choice to put it on the agenda was yours. And Aurora, I apologize for talking about you. I don't believe for a moment that Aurora is doing anything that she's not instructed to do. Jessica, I've said it 6 or 8 or 10 or a dozen times that you have decided you want to run this township. And you make the decisions about who does what. And I don't believe for a moment that Andrea is doing anything that you haven't instructed her to do. Don't interrupt me.
You're so wrong.
Yep, absolutely.
So bad.
So you end Andrea's agenda item with doing nothing. You publicly shame her and then decide not to vote. So it was all about nothing. Now, Kathleen, I just want to understand your point of your reaction to the opening comments. You said you asked me to stop attacking employees. So tonight, this board attacked Andrea. And there was no way to inform residents about the hostile work environment without naming the person the clerk and you are using to create that hostile work environment. Are you saying it's okay for you to attack Andrea, but it's not okay for me to attack an employee that is your tool? Jessica, you talked about the $900,000 in rebates. I don't understand that math. As I understood it, we had $652,000 coming potentially from the feds and $100,000 coming from Eagle. Where is that extra $148,000 that makes up the $900,000 in grants you're talking about? You all sat here and listened for 1 hour and 45 minutes of public comment. I didn't hear much reflection from any of you. I heard a lot of justification and rationalization. John was the only one who said, I don't like where this is going. Thank you. This was a disaster. It's a new low inside.
Thanks, Rob. Anybody else public? Anybody else physically here? Ian?
It's going to be a lot more rambling this time because I'm not quite as structured as I thought, but just want to talk about Computergate on that thing over there. I was the first person there that night. Gillian was in a lot of distress because Will's email keeps popping up. It is probably one of the most disgusting displays of public prosecution I could ever witness in my life. I am absolutely beyond anything. I'm a very, very technical person. And it's really, please don't ever underestimate what's going on there for Gillian. It's really, really a travesty what is going on, and we should be behind her. Honestly, I'm blown away at how long this has dragged out. So she's under a huge amount of pressure. She's fighting for her life. Pivoting a little bit, I've heard what you've all said. I heard what Pat Stein said. You know, we talk about evidence. And it strikes me that there's evidence in both directions. You know, Jonathan Greenberg quoted having spoken to 6 people, and, you know, they had one opinion, and then we got to hear another opinion tonight. And if you imagine you're us, we're taking this all in. And there's some confusion. So somewhere in there, there's something. And that's why I gave you that packet of information about Humanity. It is an amazing, amazing company. And it's not going to be a mediator. It's going to be a lot more than that. And I think when I hear about mediator, I think that's great. It ain't going to solve your problems. I hear about, and I didn't really understand the context, but I hear about working with attorneys. Attorneys don't build teams. They're smart and all that, but they don't build functional, high operating teams, which is what you said you want to be. You need a company like Humanity to come in, set a strategy, have you build around it. They will help you deal with the rumor mills. It's really an impressive group of people, okay? So I do recommend that really highly. Great to hear about the exit interviews, so I was misplaced there in my comments. I will acknowledge that. What I will say is, yes, you need to honor confidentiality, but you have data. There is data that can be looked at, in a way that is confidential, that you could be looking at to understand why people are leaving. And yes, people move, people leave companies for reasons, but is there data in there that you can use? 8 people over the last year. I think I had 21 people overall. I could be wrong, but it was sufficient enough that you've got something that you can look at. Please use it, action it. There's stuff there that can help. You want to build a winning team. You want to build a team that, you have employees who want to stay. These are some of the steps. Really good to hear about mechanisms of feedback to you guys, the board. I hope that, there's a mechanism for confidential feedback. I'm sure there is. I think that's at least that's what I understood, and that's a good thing. The people on staff, if you have a problem, you can communicate. At the end of the day, the culture of Scio Township comes from you, the board. It's up to you at the end of the day. I'm here public comment to make, try and help with that. And that's really the end of it. Other than kicking the supervisor out of the office, it's not a good idea. It's not going to work. It's not going to help any of us. So come up with another plan. Other than that, thank you.
Thanks so much, Ian. All right, anybody on Zoom?
First
Interested
up is
public?
Jillian, followed by Jonathan Greenberg. Go ahead, Jillian.
Yeah, good evening.
Hi, Jillian.
Hi, Jess. Just wanted to say that, pretty hard to sit there and listen all night, and especially when people were saying, well, the supervisor said this to me and the supervisor said that to me. And, some of that, what I supposedly said to you was not true. And no, I didn't say to Aurora, I'm in support of docking Andrea's salary. I was against it from the beginning. That's why. And also about the meeting that we had with Andrea and Becky and what happened there has not been fully disclosed properly with the correct facts. And I'm finding that, this board, okay, I'm the odd person out. I guess I have been since the beginning of December of 2024, when the clerk went and it started attacking the utility head and me, and also our finance or utility billing in a meeting with the attorney and a lot of other people. And it was appalling at how we were interrogated for fraud. This is the culture that we are actually working with. One misrepresentation after another. Do I raise my temper? Yes. When I'm frustrated, when I'm attacked, when I'm called a fucking bitch in a board meeting by Kathleen Brandt, I'm flipped off. I am, they say hi to you and you turn around and walk away. Jessica, you lie. You misrepresent. I don't know how many times we have been in a meeting or one-on-one conversation. Oh, I need you to combine both of your attorney invoices into one document. We're not going to pay for one. I spent a whole weekend doing that. And then you turned around and said, I don't remember that, after board members were attacking me. Anyways, I was the one at Kathleen's workshop that she had for us to come up with our top five goals for the board to work on. And I said, we need to have a board retreat. And I was scoffed. I said, I've talked to the attorneys about this, and Kathleen says, I don't need no freaking attorney tell me what to do.
That's a lie.
And I said, it's recorded,
Hold your
it's
response, please.
recorded, and you're interrupting.
That's a lie.
And see, this is exactly what it is. I speak, you interrupt. We have a discussion and everybody's talking, and when I talk, look at you, you're interrupting, you're interrupting. The rules are different for me, and they have been for a while. So yes, let's bring in an outside firm and let's get this culture changed, because it's not going to change as long as this board is acting the way it is. And this includes me. It includes you, Kathy Knoll. It includes you, David Reed, Ryan Yapel, Kathleen Brandt, John Reiser, and Jessica Flintoff. Did I miss one?
You got them all.
Please save your response, John. That was a joke.
Oh, yeah. And by the way, your little sarcasms that you say get picked up on the microphone, and people on Zoom can hear it very well.
Mm-hmm.
Heard it tonight. Okay, one last thing. Our HR manager has sent out an email on December 31st with a deadline for us to get back with her about the 5 operations director applicants. She then sent another one extending that deadline because people haven't been getting back with her. The longer we delay, the chances of the applicants move on to other positions, just like the first round, 33 applicants, and then we ended up only having one. It's going to happen again. And this time we're going to lose another $25,000 on recruitment. So please, this is an important position. We need a director of operations for operations director for our staff, for our township, so we can have some type of buffer between them and the board. And regarding the facilitator, yes, there was a facilitator. We took some tests. I can't remember the name of it. Each one of us, the 5 of us, took the test individually. And we all had one-on-one with her. And I told her, I said, I do not feel safe sharing anything personal with these people because of what they have been doing to me. And I gave her a list of the things that they had done, like giving themselves raises, but but voted to decrease mine 2 weeks after it was accepted. And she said, why do you stay here? And I said, because I have been involved in this township since 2019 with residents and helping residents, and I want to make a positive difference in my township. And I have been doing this ever since, in spite of felony charges and whatnot. So we go to the facilitation. Jessica's 15 minutes late. Okay, we're all late sometimes to meetings, not a big deal. But I was accused of the one being late recently by somebody else, Ryan. And anyways, we did the facilitation, and I shared that I didn't feel safe sharing my personal. And at another meeting, our HR director reprimanded me for not including including myself in that facilitation. I thought it was very disheartening. It's just unbelievable that this board cannot see how they contribute to the culture. Okay, well, you all have a good night. And the good thing about, Tuesday nights is that Wednesday morning it always happens. Have a good night.
Thanks, Jillian.
Next up is Jonathan Greenberg, followed by John Boyd. Go ahead, Jonathan.
Good evening. First of all, thank you, John Reiser, for suggesting being the only board member in their response to the public to actually say maybe there is something we can do here. The rest of you all equivocated, denied, and projected and lectured the folks who made comment. You know, you would think after an hour and 45 minutes of the community expressing their distaste for your behavior that your first words, Kathy Knoll, wouldn't be, don't talk mean to us. It's not nice. You would think that maybe there'd be a moment of introspection. You know, and that's the other thing. I'm listening to Jessica and Kathleen interrupting Rob while he's speaking. I just made a comment here, and Kathy Knowles made a smart remark. You know, you've so put yourself apart from the residents and the community that you can't even listen to us complain without sitting there and pointing the finger right back at us, telling us we don't know what's going on, that we don't have any idea, that you know what's going on. You're not the problem. All of you are just perfect. There's just one person. You said it yourself at the end here, Jessica. There's only one person who's causing these problems. That's just nonsense. I've managed
The
hundreds
rumors.
of people. Don't interrupt me. I've managed hundreds of people, and I've never seen a group sit around and pick on one person and it be the fault of that person. This is, you know, this is Heather's. This is Mean Girls. This is an inappropriate lack of introspection and blame. None of you do anything wrong. It's either the community or Jillian. And by the way, Jessica, I apologize for calling you a liar earlier. I shouldn't have interrupted. I should have saved it till now. You were not talking about the board when we had that conversation. We had that conversation on the phone. I had been trying for weeks to get you to meet with Jillian, for the two of you to sit down. Then the eventual note came out and you refused. You refused to participate. You refused to talk to me for weeks because I was a suspect, because I was one of the people being
You wouldn't
investigated.
stop texting me at home about Steve Gillis, and I told you to leave me alone,
No, that's
Jonathan.
not true. I have the text. There were a couple, and you said
Too
specifically,
much,
you
Jonathan.
say that now. You say that now, and you interrupt me again. Please reset my time. You continually said that you couldn't talk to me because there was an investigation going on and I was a suspect. Are you telling me that that's not true? I texted you at home at home. I texted you a couple of times. You had no problem with me texting you when I was helping you with your campaign. But now, oh, this is convenient for you to bring that up now. No, Jessica, you and I were talking about getting you and Jillian together for a conversation, and you said that you would be willing for, you would try anything, and that you would even let me be a mediator
I remember
between the
that.
two of you. And you said that you were not going to let her destroy what you built in the last 4 years. It was about her and you. It was not about the board. So I listen to you guys equivocate. I listen to you guys interrupt after you blame us for this. You know, it's just beyond the pall. It's just unbelievable the amount of self aggrandizing and self congratulations you guys take, and yet won't reflect on your own behavior, won't accept the fact that you have anything to do with this. It's all the public misunderstanding thing. It's all Jillian's behavior. What you need to do is bring someone in from the outside, allow the staff to speak to that person in confidence, knowing that they can't be uh, uh, treated poorly by you afterwards, and then we'll start to see some of the reality. Then we'll see the truth of the matter. And if they all come back and say, oh no, Jillian's the problem, I'll be the first one to line up here and apologize to each and every one of you for being wrong. But I know there's no chance in hell. I saw what Kathleen Brandt did to the compensation committee. I saw your behavior too, Jessica, and the way that you guys came in and tried to influence us. It was appalling. It was disgusting, and it was totally inappropriate. And then Kathleen accusing me of inappropriate behavior on the compensation committee to my face. No, that's not true. Yeah, it is. It's on video. Good night.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Jonathan.
Any others, Christy?
Two more. John Boyd is next, followed by Paula Gloverson. Go ahead, John.
It's actually Pam.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's okay. He set up my new laptop. And so, Pam Boyd, Jessica, would you please refrain from twisting my public comments going forward to help you out in concluding public comments instead of using the word lesbian? So as not to trigger you, I will say it's the L word. In my earlier comments, I specifically repeated the L word in context to what you yourself spoke during the nasty note disclosure last February. But thank you for giving a prime example of how you twist the truth. I only speak that word because it is so intertwined with your failure to do your job as FOIA clerk, which, surprise, surprise, no one seems to have called you out on. But you gang of four make sure and blame Supervisor Carey for A to Z. I personally don't care who you are, Jessica. I care what you say and do regarding Scio Township. For the record, my niece was the FBI agent tasked with diving for the black box in the DC crash between the jet and helicopter last year. She dove into freezing, inky black water past body parts to successfully retrieve that box. I believe on her first attempt. She also dove for bodies when that ship hit the bridge in Baltimore. I am very, very proud of her. She also happens to be dating a beautiful woman, and someday soon, I hope we will be receiving a wedding invitation. So clearly, Jessica, you missed one of the important points in my earlier public comments. It's not the L word I'm obsessed with, but rather how you have failed as a FOIA clerk, and not in a small way. Maybe you should be more concerned every time I bring up the acronym FOIA. FOIA, FOIA, FOIA. You have failed at FOIAs. Instead of damning Jillian, I'd like to see someone with guts take over the task that Jessica has monumentally failed at. And wow, you guys just had some 30 people who voted for you read you the riot act, and you sit there with your word salads in denial. You gang of four are a huge disappointment, and your behavior is not what I voted for. Good night.
Thank you, Pam.
And next up is Paula Gloverson. Go ahead, Paula.
Yeah, I'm tired here. I've witnessed a lot of other things, including coming in to pay my winter taxes and Jillian, supervisor, opening her office door and sneering at me because I no longer agree with her salary, her behavior, and many other things that I've witnessed. Bashing other trustees in her committees, on the DDA, once we basically push somebody out, and then I think it was another DDA person, I won't name his name, who said, yeah, somebody needs to take a hike. And she says, yeah, I got a beef. She's so unprofessional. So before everybody's applauding their way away, there's problem there. I used to support Jillian. I cited to suspect her of being a difficult person whenever you don't agree with her, period. Or her salary. And let's put her legal stuff to bed. We did that on the 23rd of December. Mariah Fink and her attorneys figured it out. They were paid. And I'm sorry, I would never use Dykma, whoever is on Dykma. And I feel sorry for the unending garbage that all of us in this community have to pay for, no matter where. And I've watched Kathy Knoll be berated by the group. You want to call yourself mean girls, not mean girls? I'm sick of it. And you did. You people censor people. There is not transparency. And there's other things that were illegal that I am not going to mention right now. But I have had it with this back and forth. Get on with the stuff. And Jillian, you're no saint. Period. You told me you had 3 different names to get out on the internet on. Now, hey, when I make a comment, I use my name. And I'm not in with the in group. Steve Gillis and I probably disagree on a lot of different things. But I personally, that you're like this saint on a cross that's been burned is BS. And your Scio, and I have asked for this, and I want it written up, and I have here from 2017, Scio Township Community Report, written by Jack Knowles, The Anatomy of Our Township, what the difference is between a general law township. And Jillian, you couldn't even mention what the Headley Amendment was on the road committee. You sit there and you try to sick other people on Kathleen Brandt, Kathleen Knoll. Your objective was to get someone to quit. I would never vote for you ever again. We'll have to suffer through this one. And I'm sick of it all. We've been paying and paying and paying, and every time, twice, you've mentioned Scio Township as a general law township. I mean, as a charter township. Why? Why do you pick on Pat Stein when she doesn't even have her hand up to make a comment? And you go, do you have anything to say, Pat? Well, you can sneer at me all you want. I've got your number. And I don't mean your phone number. I'm done with the crowds and the group. Get somebody in there. I doubt it's going to fix a thing. Good night and have a good one.
Thank you, Paula. Take care. Christy, any other interested public?
Anyone else that would like to speak a public comment, please raise your Zoom hand. There are no hands raised.
No hands. Okay.
One comment,
Board response. We'll start with John. Do you have any?
Good night.
Good night, John. Kathleen?
Yeah, I have one comment. Thank you, Ian. Hubert, I greatly respect your opinions and your feedback. Thank you very much.
Brian?
I don't have anything at this time, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, just one comment, what Rob said. Rob, I did misspeak. I flipped the 9 and the 6. So $600,000, not $900,000. So that was my mistake. David?
Rob, did I understand you to say that our discussion with Andrea being in public was our doing?
Yeah.
She asked for it.
Who put it on the agenda?
It wouldn't have been put on the agenda like that if it was going to be in closed session. It would have been, board goes into closed session to talk about a personnel issue. It wouldn't have said anything like that.
Well, the agenda said it would possibly go into closed session and it had all the stuff on it when it was originally posted. That's part of the problem of
And it
all
didn't-
changing the
Okay.
agenda.
I didn't see that.
It didn't ever have anybody's name. It was approved by our township attorney and our HR manager, and it was completely separate. And, you know, I know that the public, I don't know, you know, it's anybody's right, the supervisor, to activate the public about certain issues.
Okay, I misunderstood.
Yeah, but it was, it had been, Christie had kindly, thoughtfully, you know, placed it completely separate, but that wasn't the request of the employee or of the supervisor earlier today, so.
The supervisor didn't activate me, you did.
I meant share information, you know, whatever, yeah. Yeah, Kathy? Christie, anything else? Okay, is there a motion to?
Support.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Meeting is adjourned at 11:55. Thanks so much, everybody.
Actually, I would say it's longer.
May I approach you now?
I mean, that was 6 hours.